My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com.
.32 a.m. Union Pacific repeatedly used as a guise under what is the maintenance of audible activity and engaging in what is changing the ways in which the entity is terrorizing with amplified audible activity as I begin recording. All right, it is currently 6:32 a.m. This is P.O.C. at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. Eight DBZ 443-153-15364C3, 7RMM 955, 8ESE 885, 8LWL 790. And as I documented early this morning, what you're listening to Union Pacific do, as I captured on video, that's what the purpose of the use of something like the train is serving. And this is the guise of the sound of the train. This is actually demonic activity, where again, the sound that is actually observable, you're perceiving it, you can hear it. Obviously, I'm capturing it on video and or a podcast. It is not that is anything that's requiring an actual train to be on the tracks. I understand this is demonic activity. And what I captured, Union Pacific engaging in providing what is audible activity, while I am subject to what is an ongoing molestation with engineered light, directed light. This is the elements of monitoring that I remain subject to at the museum. 48899G3, 8TPZ 696, where the entity is stalking obsessively, repeatedly, incessantly by helicopter, and stalking by, again, the police, the Ontario police. These are demons that are engaging in this demonic conduct together, monitoring. N8A1JG, that's Arizona. And the entity engaging in what is the harassment while they are monitoring at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. This is the same exact Ontario Museum of History and Arts where I am remaining present, and you have the government, the state, that knows exactly where I'm located. You're stalking by helicopter incessantly. You are stalking on the grounds. The people of the state are stalking on the grounds, including those that are at the grounds, on the grounds of the museum, which they used their presence walking out of the doors while they were monitoring me as I remained on the grounds of the museum, walking out and then engaging in what is a threat to engage in criminal summoning. That's the psychopath. That's the unlawful threat. That's by the company that is Securitas, who is monitoring. You were monitoring before you walked outside. You walk outside and engage in what is the conduct of that the people of the state engage in. These are demons that are placing me under surveillance. And as I'm on the internet, on my YouTube channel, walking out as though you are unaware of the fact that I'm present. And I've got to chase you out of here. It's not about the point of being on the grounds. Is about the point of engaging in what is the unlawful summoning of the demons that are the Ontario Police Department, who are stalking me at the museum. I have hundreds of video of documentation. The entity knows exactly where I'm at. This is that psychopath that is engaging in unlawful threatening conduct. That is the state that's engaging in what is state surveillance. That is the psychopath that is engaging in what is smiling. And for example, this is the picture of what I'm speaking to, the pattern of conduct, and then the outward guise of what's supposed to be anonymity or the absence of a surveillance system. You don't even have that form. You are a whole psychopath who is stalking where it is that you're working. You're in relevant position on behalf of the state where the entity places a fake sun over me as early as I've documented 7 in the morning and after 7 p.m. in the evening. This is the pattern of conduct. You are present creating audible activity, and your audible activity is that of threatening to engage in calling the police, who are monitoring right now as you utter those words, where the entity is engaging in a molestation as I speak. All right, and you're stalking with the state that is stalking by helicopter. Hundreds of documentation on my video, in video, images, and on my podcast. Hundreds of occurrences of the entity stalking by helicopter. This entity engaging in what is the threat to engage in criminal summoning, 8RXB 907. And that is while they are monitoring, okay, crossing path and walking out of the venue that they remained inside of, engaging in surveillance. All right, as I get on the internet, as I'm in operation of my phone, 5PUF 309, 7TYB 631. And these are the demon-possessed entity that are acting in concert to monitor together. So I want to be clear on that. It is currently 12:05 p.m. And based on that, you are understanding I remain in Ontario, where the entity is keeping a fake sun directly over my head, which I've already documented, capturing the fake sun over me later than 12 p.m. at that same property of the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, 8YYB 849, where you have an entity that is stalking you, and then they engage in what is the conduct that the entity, and that's the entity that's speaking. Okay, a company is nothing other than the people of the state, and the people of the state shall be prosecuted for that. The government that wants to threaten your life, threaten your liberty, steal your property, engage in kidnapping you, these are all grounds of what is federal prison. The government has no right placing you under surveillance. The government shall lose its freedom, go to federal prison, and the people of the state facilitating that conduct, federal prison. All right, that's a psychopath. You're stalking, you know I'm here. All right, and you're walking out, engaging in that waging of that audible activity creation, essentially, while you're monitoring. You're a whole psychopath, and this is the personality of Satan, so I want to be clear. This is the same property where the entity has provided me hundreds of video documentation of you being indeed that same exact stalker. It's the same exact property. That which is not the sun hovering over me at that property. All right, so like I said, it's currently 12:06 p.m. and this is the entity that you're listening to that's monitoring the entire time. And as I referenced Union Pacific, that's what I'm referencing, that because Union Pacific engaging in that on an ongoing basis. All right, it's ongoing facilitation. Again, I'm outside, so you're talking about what is maintaining noise and engineer light. The train is the central means of that. 8YJW021. All right, and using that sound of a train, okay, where there's not even necessarily a train on the tracks, 8CQY189. These are demons pacing 5PPV 942, 8NXD040, where there's not even a train necessarily on the tracks. Understand what demonic activity is, okay? And you're understanding what is the entity that's engaging in the demonic behavioral pattern, using that sound of a train with simultaneity to what I'm doing. 13636X1, engaged in criminal summoning and ongoing molestation and terrorism with the state, stalking by helicopter. 8MKP743, 8SME730, 70LZ636. So that's P.O.C. at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where obviously I'm subject to surveillance. That's why the entity has directed light there. That's why the entity is stalking by helicopter, stalking by the use of sirens, which is the entity acting directly, fire, police, and ambulance, a demon-possessed population. Those are the demons that are acting directly on behalf of the state that's engaged in surveillance and positions that they have no business in, to be addressed at federal prosecution. 6XOG672, to be addressed when you are revealing what is this system that's underway. 5Z78275. And the fire department engaged in surveillance at Furniture Dreams at B Street and Euclid Avenue right now at the stop sign, at the stoplight, 7ELH047, which is crossing the path. License plate 5SVG719, 6MTH876. License plate 7LUJ459. 7BAL980, 5EPB056, 5AES461. So I just want to document, these are minions that are monitoring, including the Ontario Fire Department, which you already know. All they're doing is pacing around on an ongoing basis, pacing around on, just like I captured in the image, sounding their sirens as they are listening to me. That's a stalker. That's a whole demon-possessed stalker. That's exactly what they're doing. So anyway, which is ongoing surveillance. So I just want to document what is a threat to engage in criminal summoning. That's exactly what criminal summoning is. This is a psychopath that is then threatening to summon the psychopath both of whom are monitoring and group stalking together, okay? While you know exactly where I'm at, that's why you document, and this is speaking to what is federal prison while the entity engages in that 58251X2, while the entity engages in that form of what is facilitation, speaking to, again, how an entity engages in what is kidnapping, the ordinary target individual subject to such facilitation amongst the state acting directly and vicariously, and they're monitoring you together, okay? License 2074852. Again, the crime originates with the state that's placing you under surveillance. All right. Criminal facilitation is that which is relying on your ignorance as to the system that you're subject to, the criminal system that you're subject to by the state. And upon awareness, upon establishing that prima facie case, that's federal prison. You're not even going to avoid federal prison and engage in threatening with criminal summoning. For what? You're monitoring. So you're threatening to call the demons so they can come monitor me in person. Well, you want to engage in that. You want to go to federal prison. All right. They're a bunch of sickos. So like I said, it's 12:10 p.m. And this is the P.O.C. monitoring. It's license plate 17-15517. And this is the fake sun that remains over me at the very museum. And I'm at the intersection right now of Euclid and Holt. License 8RPZ829 94303S2 7NRE206 8ZYN182 49933E3 16414B2 7HTM729 7HNA340 8LWN872 7ZGG299 8VNN886 7XDR753 JJMC3. That's all that's on that license plate. 8YJW041. License 6ZVF909. Already capturing what is indeed the fake sun that's right over my head at the intersection where I'm standing at the 150 East Hall building. This is the same location where I'm at 8:21 in the morning just the other day, showing you what is the entity that is group stalking by helicopter and by law enforcement, which is the Ontario Police, before I get on the bus at 8:30 in the morning. The same intersection where I'm standing very early in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, getting on the Route 83. This is the light source that's remaining directly over me while an entity is engaging in, oh, I'm going to have to call the police if you don't leave the property, engaging in what is criminal summoning. And you're talking about a psychopath that's engaged in surveillance and then acting. This is the fallacy that, first of all, you didn't know that I was there. Second of all, that the police are not already monitoring. They are. That's why you're in this environment. You're threatening my life, monitoring me. And let me be clear, you don't have a right to monitor whether I'm sleeping on the grounds of the museum or whether, like I said, whether I'm sleeping in a hotel room or in my own residence, okay? The government is engaging in surveillance, period. And you know exactly where I'm at. That's a psychopath. That's an unlawful threat. You're already threatening engaging in the P.O.C. And then you're a psychopath engaging in that conduct. The fact of your condition is a threat in and of itself, period. And then you're engaging in what is threatening conduct because you're monitoring. All right, the Ontario Museum opening up suddenly as I'm on the internet, and this is around 12 p.m. opening up and putting their signage out, and then engaging in what is a threat to engage in criminal summoning. It's a threat because it's audible activity and it's monitoring, and it is also a threat because you're talking about the overall P.O.C. You take a step back, wait, you're monitoring with those demons who are already group stalking with you right now. Understand the purpose of even posing your lips to create that sentence. 5GDZ151, it's an unlawful threat. 8CLM214, 9AMX331. Paper plate BN05H04. And it's currently 12:13 p.m. $5AAE 464. License 6RWX259 6LFN176 5BLM388 8XVN062 5WDY721 6TJM735 7KOS018 8NAA562 7CVG039 CA81P25 paper 8XDC216 8ZSL384 72755 Z2 68QS389, 8RFB920, 8HSG323, 8HOP939, 54830N1, 7GYJ556, and it's 12:15 p.m. So I want to make sure I speak to what is the demonic activity that I'm documenting right now. While these demons are at the stoplight and the entity isn't, this is demonic activity while they are crossing path, driving on the roads. This is demonic conduct. It is significant. It's significant, in other words, with regard to what they are doing outside of driving in a car. 8GQB293, they are group stalking. They are maintaining what is deliberate presence all around me, doing so largely through vehicles. Also maintaining presence inside of any public establishment where they're at, and any residence where the people of the state reside. They reside in relevant position where the entity is maintaining a deliberate environment around me. All right, and this is demonic, where demons are engaging in this conduct, and in real time as they are crossing path, the entity is engaging in what is the light source, which is not possibly the sun, that would be at the same intersection. Okay, I've been hours, my documentation hours, I'm already in Upland, hours, I've been in Fontana, hours I remain in Chino, etc. The entity's light source is right here over my head, 8ZOK246, 8DNS281, and yet while the light turns green and these demons are about to cross path, for example, in traffic, the entity immediately engages in what is creating more bright light, as though the sun, and again, what's the cloud, what's the form for 12227K2. What's the form for this demonic control of the environment? It's not the natural weather. You're talking about what is real-time control of the environment, which Satan maintains, okay? And so while you were talking about covering up the light source that remains directly over me, and it's already established as a matter of record, this is what Satan cannot get out of, what you've been doing for years with a light source that's already established as not possibly the sun based on scientific facts. You have what is K688CO, and license 6PRW672. You have what is the use of covering up the light source that remains central. It remains directly over me, even as the entity covers up the sky, okay, with clouds, okay? And I'm speaking to the entity because that's exactly what it is. This is demonic. This is contrary to what we're told about the environment and how it's controlled by the natural climate and the rising in precipitation, creating these No. You need to understand what's in real-time control of Satan itself. And this is the reality of Satan in the environment, the reality of Satan amongst a people, demon possession. And this is Satan that's driving all around me, which is called crossing the path. You're talking about demon possession of the individuals. Collectively, you're dealing with Satan. Satan is deposited, if you will, in each and every single last one of them. Okay, different person, same demonic entity. Okay, so you're talking about what is Satan that is pacing all around me, Satan that is controlling the environment, and the entity is engaging in keeping that fake sun directly over my head, even as covering it up with clouds. It remains directly over me, which I've also shown you in documentation. Covering up the fake sun, and then at any random time, I'll show you the clouds are gone. Where's the fake sun? Right over my head. And it doesn't, and that's also why it doesn't matter. You can cover it up in the morning. I already documented, first of all, the fact that you keep it over my head from morning until evening. I already documented the fact that even when it's covered up, it still remains over my head. And not only that, science reflects and demonstrates, first of all, the sun is going to engage in what is consistent. And there is no reconciling what the entity is doing as the sun. That's clearly not the sun. But moreover, the light source that is engaging and remaining present over me in the form of what's referred to as the sun, that's not going to engage in some sort. So because you covering it up doesn't mean that it went somewhere else, or that it's going on some other path in some other direction over some other location because you covered it up. Because you're engaging in what is mimicking what's supposed to be the sun. So like I said, that even in and of itself, based on what the entity is mimicking, the sun. That's not the sun. And even when you cover it up, you're covering up your fake sun. That is in no way suggesting that it's gone anywhere, and my documentation has established that it in fact does not go anywhere. And while these demons are crossing paths, sitting at red lights and driving by, the entity is engaging in what is making that fake sun that is directly over me shining and dimming, which is light activity on a massive scale. Okay, the light gets brighter and it gets dimmer, brighter and dimmer. That's analogous to turning light on and off. Okay, you're talking about what's the concentration of light that's vacillating back and forth. That's light activity on a massive scale. Just want to point that out as well. It's currently 12:19 p.m. and so I am at the same intersection. Again, multiple examples of, the entity keeping a fake sun, first of all, over my vehicle when I was living in it at Vine and G Street. All right, that's nowhere near this intersection. The entity kept it there day and night. Not day and night, day until evening. 5 TRT 457. The entity keeping a fake sun over the roof of the Upland Public Library. Not over the intersection of Euclid and Holt Boulevard at all. And the same exact location, the intersection of Euclid and Holt Boulevard, I'm here getting up in the morning at 7, 8, 9 in the morning. The entity is keeping a light source. As I get on the bus coming from the same exact intersection, the fake sun starts over my head, starts right here over me, remains over me as I go to any location. From Route 83, I'm going to Upland. All right, and then if I remain later, get on at the same intersection, get on the same bus at 2 hours later, for example, 9:30, the fake sun is not remaining in Upland. All right, it's right here over me where I remain, and despite the fact that I just documented and what is supposed to be the sun, that is not remaining present, stationary, and also engaged in real-time movement as I'm showing you in documentation, that light source remains over me whatever time it is that I get up, and remaining over me as I go on the same route at a different time in the same manner that it did at the earlier time. The same conduct you're seeing at 7:30 in the morning, you're seeing at 12:30 in the afternoon. All right, that's impossible. And you're talking about what is the maintenance of central presence over my head. This same intersection documented well after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which I referenced yesterday, as you recall my documentation, February 4th, 2022, where I came from the Ovid Family Community Library to Mercy House, got on Route 61, and then out 83 to go to Upland, California. Well, I got at this bus stop at after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and that is footage of showing what is not possibly the sun. At the same exact intersection where I sit now, where I'm present at 7:30 in the morning, well, even before 7:30, but I capture video, the bus arrives at 7:30, I capture video at 7:30, and the entity is keeping a fake sun over me. That's not the sun that will be at this intersection. That will be at any location, that is. Remaining present, central over someone's head, in perfect alignment with you. All right, from at 7:30, and also capturing it again, the same conduct at what is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the same location. That's impossible. All right, that's capturing the demonic. This is the environment that I'm in, where an entity likes to engage in what is threatening to summon the demon-possessed police who are monitoring you. That's why the environment is present. That is understanding the psychopath, who will be subject to federal prison while they want to threaten the target individual that you're stalking and monitoring, using threats to try to control. That's not going to control anything. Only thing you control is how long you're going to federal prison, because that's where you're going to go. All right, the government is engaging in surveilling me and threatening me on an ongoing basis on the grounds of whatever property that I'm at. All right, and you're monitoring with that. You're directly tied to that. You are intrinsic to it. You are no way some passive standby 08035J3. Excuse me. You are in no way some passive observer of that, and it's not even reasonable to suggest that. And that's within a whole body of evidence. 7TXU046 showing the weirdos that are the demon possessed and their passive aggressive stalking conduct, where the entity just happens to be stalking by helicopter, happens to be present in an absolutely abnormal and unnatural environment, one that is a scientific impossibility, while they concern themselves as though they are oblivious to it. While others show the very fury that all of them show. But let me be clear, code of conduct is to conduct yourself outwardly as though you're oblivious to the target individual, as though you're ignorant of them. Because why? Because in the flesh, you don't know them. I don't know them. That's why the target individual would allege strangers are stalking me, because you don't know them. Oh, but they're all monitoring you. They're all stalking you. And they're doing so. You're identifying it. You're aware of it. You are documenting it. It is a matter of objective evidence through the environment that they're present in. That's what group stalking occurs in. It is revealing their uniform condition, which is demon possession. It is showing what are the psychopaths that are the demon possessed. 8 DFH 944, who seek to obstruct justice, by the way. All right. In all the ways in which they do so. Trying to, and what I find to be unpersuasive, you can't even defame me in any effective manner. You have to engage in breaking the law even more so to accomplish your criminal purposes of defamation or kidnapping while you want to allege false allegations. You have to engage in those acts in order to get the ball rolling with trying to render illegitimate the allegations of a targeted individual. And that is understanding what is the necessity of federal legislation. All of that, you're going to shut all of that down. You're going to federal prison, okay? And then showing all the ways in which these criminals seek to obstruct justice, all right? And so, anyway, it's currently 12:24 p.m., and I just want to go through that. And these minions are monitoring at T-Mobile, Zolo's BD area, the Bally Spa, Verizon, nightclub, group stalking in their vehicles, 8PYW431, engaging in surveillance, standing on the sidewalk, studying their communication devices while these demons are patrolling. The entity is keeping that specific environment over me. License 6ULA 905, the criminal conduct of what is attributed to Union Pacific. All of these businesses around monitoring, okay? 7DGB 823, license MAGAN 9. And it's currently 12:25 p.m. $50888J2, 8SFS201, 7BKG687, 28918V2, 6TBE203, 6ZLW640, 6MBK727, 7JXM569, 7KCW786, 8CLF456, 8KHX914, A55. That's all it's on my license plate. 6RFG436, 7UWM741. 6RHF968, 6GHA373, 4HSD029, Omnitrans crossing path, going westbound on Route 61, and they were going eastbound as well. I was speaking though, so I didn't interrupt my train of thought, but they're Route 61 is a method of what is pacing by the people of the state using a commercial business, Omnitrans systematic monitoring. 8YTB818, 8CIM573, 6BCD281. Eight LYB303, 6UHY587, 7CID825, 7CTD825, 7LGB662. And it's currently 12:27 p.m. 7LWG530, 8MUV755. This is the same bus stop where I stood just the other day. By the other day, I mean it was either the day before yesterday or 2 days prior. And these minions, 8DTW149, these minions are driving in the same way that they are now, driving north on Euclid Avenue, crossing path, all right, 8SEA486. That's group stalking. All right, and where you are capturing even one incidence, by the way, of what is 7TXY657, of what is absolutely impossible, while these, I'll incorporate the conclusions in my final statement. So while you have 5EJP526 driving north on the street, all right, on the street while I'm on the sidewalk, and what's supposed to be the sun over my head, right? That's the setting. That's supposed to be the appearance of normalcy, all right? In their alternate universe, no such thing as group stalking. But when I'm capturing video of what is indeed group stalking, and that's when you're paying attention to the environment, because while they're engaging in what's supposed to be just driving by, like 6GIR276, you are made aware of what is impossible to occur, as though laser light is shooting horizontally across the brick wall while they're driving by me, okay? They're not holding out light guns. They're not holding out laser guns. This is not laser tag. But as I capture in video, 8JHU382 is indeed a demon, because you have that absolutely impossible occurrence, which is a matter of objective evidence. Understand, the ordinary target individual that is alleging that strangers are stalking them, they are not equipped with what is evidence to prove that. And how are you proving the fact that they are stalking? It's not just the fact that they're driving on the street all around you. That is not enough alone. Okay, because it is enough when you're talking about the combination of facts. You're talking about what is, first of all, the abnormal conduct of the people of the state. That's directly tethered to what they are doing while light is shooting on the wall at the same pace that their vehicles are driving by you. That's a matter of objective evidence that I have documented on more than one occasion, but that's exactly what I documented here. Just to note, where you are capturing what is directed light, first of all, that is the demonstration of a demon. That's a demon speaking to, hey, I'm here. That's Satan, and literally confessing, I'm here, I'm right here, okay? Satan, this is Satan, I'm here, and I'm stalking you. That's exactly what the entity is communicating, and that's a threat. You're going to prosecute for terrorism. And it's also the identification of a stalker, because Satan is present, engaged in that light activity, because it's monitoring you. And they're monitoring you all together while you're capturing an absolutely impossible occurrence. Laser-like light activity, 7XNN078, across a wall beside you, behind you, all around you, across your person even. All right, that's the sex offender. That is Satan that's acting through the people that's touching you with this impossible light activity. Heavily documented. All right, and you're talking about what is the same exact location where I was at this bus stop, capturing what is impossible light that's occurring behind the bike. I noted it on my YouTube channel. Look behind the bike at the specific second, I believe it's at 1 minute and like 8 seconds or something like that. This is where I stood, and you're looking at the directed light moving north across the wall behind the bike, where they're standing around as though, again, just normal conduct. This is the psychopath. There's nothing normal about that. And there's nothing that you can even reconcile to be normal. There is no way to reconcile the appearance of that light. There's no way to reconcile the fact that that's a pattern, a documented pattern amongst people who would like to demonstrate or exhibit themselves as being normal, and they're not. They're freaks. They're psychopaths that like to engage in criminal summoning at that. Those freaks go to federal prison, ALLME16 included. So like I said, you have the entity engaging in what is this conduct at this very same bus stop, where the entity is right now keeping a light source over me, where the entity has already been documented at the same exact time, vividly shown to be placing a light source over me, while at the same time remaining over me while I'm on Route 66, the bus on Foothill Boulevard, which is not over the bus stop, while at the same time I'm under the roof of the Upland Public Library, the venue, the roof, very exclusive sky space, which is not over this intersection. All right, and also, again, analyzing the same location. The sun is not going to be present over the same location from the morning time, and then later again, you're at the same, or you remain at the same location, and that light source didn't go anywhere. That's not the sun. Capturing the demonic. Right, capturing the demonic when demons, because that's what they are. Now I'll include the conclusion in the statement. The demons are crossing paths with directed light. Demons are present while that which is not the sun is remaining present, as you are documenting at one location, for example, from the beginning of the day to the middle of the day, even to the end of the day, which is documented at the same intersection. Okay, demons are present in that environment. Nothing normal about demons at all. They're stalkers. 8ZDM368. And they are gross criminals, gross, disgusting, despicable, okay, and highly demented. So you have what is the pattern of conduct underway. And so, like I said, when you're capturing even one incidence of that which is never, ever happening based on what's supposedly sunlight, that's not sunlight shooting off of your car. You don't have some sunlight gun in your vehicle that's creating that on the wall. There is no posture whereby even the fake sun that remains over me is reconciling what I understand. Those are two distinct methods of stalking with light. Demons stalk with light. The demon possessed are present while the entity is stalking with light in the environment. Understand what that's revealing. 7PHK033. All right, and so you have what is the entity engaging in this conduct at this same exact location. Where that is the case, there is no ever any change from that documented pattern of conduct. It remains underway. That's what logically follows, by the way, and you are including logic when you are documenting what is absolutely illogical, and actually of the supernatural, highly, highly demented. You're not throwing logic out the door. This is serving for what is prosecution in a federal court. And as you would establish the pattern of conduct of any other stalker, or you're understanding what is the pattern of conduct by a demon-possessed one, that is the government that's acting through the people, all right, placing you under surveillance. And that pattern of conduct includes what is stalking with light via a fake sun, stalking with light via directed light, and it's revealing their condition as they engage in that, which is not up for debate. You're a demon and you're stalking with light. Or if you want to refer to them as demons by literally the demon possessed, or you refer to them as demons by referencing their conduct as that which is in conflict with what is scientific facts. It's a scientific impossibility. You are speaking the same language. It is currently 12:33 p.m., so I just wanted to run that down. This is the same exact entity. This is the same exact pattern of conduct. This is the same entity that's acting on behalf of that entity that is stalking by helicopter on a constant basis. And let me be clear, when I'm capturing where the entity is in a particular video stalking by helicopter, that same entity is stalking right now. That entity is not taking a break. they're stalking right now. That's what group stalking is. As I'm documenting the people of the state group stalking on behalf of that entity, and that's the unlawful threat. Because you shall not have any right or maintain your freedom and be any closeted psychopath or threat to the public on the loose. That is, you will go to federal prison while you're engaging in the bidding of the government that's threatening the life of an American citizen in such manners as I've shown: stalking by police, stalking by helicopter. Okay, that's an obsession that the entity is engaged in. And let me be clear, that obsession is not stopping. It's not ceasing. It's an obsession that's underway through the people of the state. That's what group stalking is. It's 12:34 p.m. Alrighty, group stalking at the bus stop. That's the people of the state engaging in surveillance, coming over to be closer, listening to every word that I'm uttering as they are where I'm sleeping. 8YTZ657. Doing the same in a vehicle. License 7G86230. License 7NBY364, 4KRP191. And this minion in 8YTZ657 engages in surveillance, meaning loitering in relevant position, parks right in front of me on the opposite side of the street as I take a picture of a third party. Let me be clear, what that is breaking down while these demons are monitoring, what that is operation of my communication device, changing an app function. As I engage in that, a demon immediately engaging in what is taking position right in front of me. This is monitoring conduct. It's also demonic. It's demonic activity. License plate, it's 12:35 p.m. 7JFW961 377ZD handicap, 4JKS916 8FNW729 8VAL779 8SFC648 07006W1 8VDL320 6EVJ096 6PFC437 and Route 83 is arriving. License 1545906. 8KIR 858, believe. 8WLF 441 7BAL 980. 8PUZ 006 8CIF 839. 8PUZ 006. G Street. 8JON 051. 8JUN 051, excuse me. 8SFC 648. 22571E3. 84748B3, 7MXT 455, 6WEF 572, 8LMP 272. El Pescador stalking with light activity. El Pescador is at G Street and Euclid Avenue. 8. No, I can't really see that. It's 12:40 p.m. 8 TAM 642. 8PXA 057, 8ZHZ 217, 7ZTC 279, 7D. What? I can't really see that one. 8DAZ 382. 44144M2. 4th Street. 8DFB847. 8SLW543. 8 NRG 415, MEDAL, P116AO, B452, 18701T1 BRIX BRO. I can't see them. 8 UID 769 6 MQA 204. It's 12:42 p.m. 8 VDB 547 7 AEH 754 6 XXP 341 8 NNG 784 7 FBT 018 6 GHY 577.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible, favor usar la puerta trasera.
5X236, 5X26368 57542R1. License 7AVA 511, monitoring with Upland Police, who are group stalking at IHOP at the Grossman Law Center on Euclid Avenue and A Street at 12:47 p.m. 7 MZF 281, 8 WUC 614, 7 BKG 687, 8 PVR 709. Thank you. Alrighty, this is Omnitron's bus number. This is bus number 2349, license 1545906, monitoring with Upland Police as well. Okay, I'm on the bus, they're monitoring. 7MM335, 7MM, you can scratch one, I couldn't see the fourth to last character. Alrighty, these are minions that are group stalking at the 7-Eleven. They are engaged in surveillance, capturing images of what is the group stalking at that 7-Eleven, and I read their license plates already. I will remind you, 7BKG 687, 8WUC 614, 8PVR 709, 8TPA 306, 8DWK 568. And like I stated, in the same way that I documented yesterday under the fake sun, where you're vividly witnessing and in direct light, the group stalking conduct where the entity's fake sun is directly over a demon's head while they're stalking me. This is the same entity that's engaging in, and as I accumulated, 8AJX285, all of them that are monitoring together, and while they're engaging in threatening and assault with together, because they're monitoring together, they're all going to federal prison. This is the same venue that I documented yesterday where I'm at, and they're monitoring right now. P.O.C. 6YDR 600, 8KUB 457. It's 12:48 p.m. CC65G00 paper, 7JZK888, 7WSK. I think I read that one already. 6YDR 60. I think I read those. Yeah, I read those. And 7HH. 7HHW874. And it is currently 12:53 p.m. 8RTV872. 8PVR709, 8TPA306. Yeah, I read those. Alrighty, it is currently 12:53 p.m. and I completed a purchase at 7-Eleven. This is the 7-Eleven again. That's at 204 North Euclid Avenue. 8VPZ771, 8PXS338, 8EPT 934, 6PKH 089, I believe. 6PDP098, 7VBU 898, and it's 12:54 p.m. 5XRH967, 5YUW 147, 8KBE 690, 6NZE 105, 7XGR 609, 5KYS 061, 8WMC 702. 7TQH 998, I believe. License 6JXH 350, 7PGC 701, 8MDH 926, 7XQT 249, 8MUC 196, 7JJT 114, 6XTY 853, 8VKS 504, 7UCS 179, D8 29EO, 8PGK 406, 63157V2, that's Amazon Prime, 7BS, I can't really see the rest of that one, 5JVE 806, 8UVK 100, 8DAY 678, 8ZPH 545, 8FDK 543, 8DDK 718, and 7HHW 874, loitering in relevant position at 7-Eleven, now leaving. 7RGB 467, I believe. 8CYJ 579. It's at 12:57 p.m. 7SNL 894. 5JOP 344. 8D74955. 7DNC 675. 8TSW 661. 6HNG 146. 5ELZ 101. 94415X3 Amazon. 6SGW 761. 7UGW 328. 8UIZ 954. 8SWT 340. 7XPL 339. 12:58 p.m. BF94D55 paper. 8JEA 605, 9AQE 384, 8XRR 688, 05046G3, 7BXP 478, 7AVR 4, I can't even see that. 9AAR 314, 8RVP 313, 7HUL 013, 82698D3, 8WJP 904, 8 4CCR114. 8YBG382. 8XDC252. 5ZOU132. 8RVR211. 96104G2. 6PNJ918. 7XPH372. 7CBZ476. 6JKW275. 6JQE960. 8EZP105. 5TJY574. 5BHC955. 8XBR109. 8HSL976. 7A07326. 6XDK470. CNG3890 Arizona. 8ROX998. 6VWJ339. 5PLJ010. 8TOP261. 7THY975. 7KXN693. 8VZD453. 8GZP242, I believe. 18568X2. 6SBE730. 8JHY408. 6ZZA351. CWM747, I believe, Arizona. 8RZC858. 8YDZ927, excuse me. 8FFF928. 8XCL063. 7KXU316. 8ZUS474. 8CBF136. 02038B3. 1T5AME. 8RHT064. 8YTL059. 8XVJ721. 8K. I can't see that one. 7WOG867. 70666M2. 7MYR290. 6JJE926. 8KGJ959. 8XPG776. 29745F3. 6GTD742. 8VWL59. I can't see the last character though. You could scratch that one. 8 PBN 928, 65814L3, 8ZQE 535, 8DRY 592, 7FVU 129, 7EGV 917, CHATMEC. 9ASE 427, BN 54E89 paper, 6PVM 894, 8RRK 442, 6SMV 358, DS 702 handicap, 2859. I can't really see the rest of that one. 8EDH 337, 8CTG 336, 8TGR 436. Seven 1117 handicap. 3WAJ 206, FEELMEE 8TUZ 620, 2WBL 963, 7AJS 411, 7VCH 340, 0638, 0638. I can't really see the rest, so I'll use guys on 6YQX 945, 8UEN 647, 6PHS 754, 5399 5S2, 7GWL 569, JAC 1987, 7PDS 628, FL 996AF, looks like Texas. MYLEEC2, I believe. 11649W2. F976GW, that's Utah. It is 1:08 p.m. 8LWR 985, 7FFP 201, 7NEA 675, 8LVA 775, 5NPV 916, 6BFP 569, SXXY ROX, 7VZB 801, 5DNT 093, 7RGD 286, 5SQC 168, 7SQC 866, 6W 51933. 8YFS 948, 01271 L1, 6T63021. Omnitrans via Omni Access crossing path going southbound on Euclid Avenue at 1:09 p.m. It's 1:09 p.m. Metrolink is on the train tracks, creating light activity. 8KLB619, XXINCO1, 8XAJ013. Um, 8MRM722. 8 8YVD325, 7KWX691. 6WWT094 ESCLIFE 7GJW 8XOC445 instead. 8XOC, get that one instead. 4406103 9AGU155 7XGE559 8DRP235 6YBS975 17893V2 LMAORB Arizona 8TTH467 76164R2 8MN. Yes, you can scratch that one. I think it's MNM, but I can't see the rest, so you can scratch that one. 7DFP536 8JVK106 8YCL766. Can't see that paper plate. 8ULB605 8PPX005 7JMM814 8ZTG947. 8HLJ146 6TPP497 8RYT763 8KSK897 7HRJ916 8VJN693 8FYD913 6ACL259 1410076. That's Omnitrans. 9AMR802 8CMR325 8DJE325 8LVA979 8ZCV312 8BCM502 TIFSYVA, I believe. 5TLK550 71867R1. That's Metrolink that is crossing path at 1:13 p.m. going westbound. 5VBK048 8JQK382 8XRV544 7YVZ659 8CWK291 6ZMK282 6VJT334 8WMN336 7ZEE393 8SBK681 00003X2 8XXE286 8XVN226 6CKB. I can't say the rest of one. 7KHT489 8ADH739. And it's currently 1:15 p.m. Seven TMW547. 7WGN 945 8DHS 065 36101K1 6KWN 430 7KRZ902, 7RYJ615, 8YJZ544, 8ATU512, 7ZOA654, 6UBE623, 4MOC754, TYDEEBO 7HPM779, 7GXY692, 6TLE741, 8WEV297, 6ZGY911, 1:17 p.m. 8WUV800, 8SJH609, 8DTL864, 8NQB002, 7AUY485, IEO1JR, 8DQG378, 8XIL266, 39482T2, 7ZRJ116, CA59U23 paper. Seven HCT951, 8 VCR794, 7SRD773, 8 PIF833, 8 TIZ881, 96225D2, 7 ZNT124, 8 YUD514, HB470 handicap, 75405N1, and it's 1:19 p.m. Seven ZNT124, 4X84383, 6 TLE741. That's really nice. That's a demon stalking with audible activity. As soon as I touch my ear, honking a horn, that's called stalking with activity. And pay attention, I'm showing you why the entity is stalking by helicopter. It's indeed a demon, and these are all demons, and I'm revealing to you how demons conduct themselves, how they place you under surveillance. License 78RV908, 7VXN191, 6ZMT564, 7NKS285. Everything that they are doing, everything that you hear around is serving the purpose of monitoring me. License 6TAV777, 6YAV777, 6LUC358, 8NVE647, 8AOV576, 8ALV183. 6NSN059. It's 1:21 p.m. See, AV 803R9, 80R39, excuse me, paper. 7TZT504, 8DSW 616, 7GJA 478, 8YED 373, 8WLX 338, 7ZGU 571, 8UCN 011, 7BBB 030, 7TDH 714, 8MGC 280, 7VVG 021, 8PXY 216, 5RHV 389, 6SPD 376, 7GI 7798, 8WYV 240, 8VWN 869, 8MRN 683, W359CO, 8WVX 011. Seven 1370F3, 8UJH 792, 7UKU 779, 8RNL 912, PWR, I can't really see the rest of them, 46322J3, 8LDD 621, 7Y10910, 12051E2, 7WIW979, 7BID989, CC60H94 paper, 7XRF349, 6MFX128, 61876T2, 5UGB873, 7PAM080, 7B28408, 4HJN595, 8SOC282, 7VPV480, excuse me, 7VPV840, 8YTM355. It's 1:25 p.m. (8PHL 970) 7T91589 28548G2 8AJT201, 8VXM468, 8PIC, 8PTC224, 7ZJE252, 8WPR757, E758LO, 8GJS512, 9ADX468, 7KYH579, CC48D24 paper, 5ECZ551, 5WXK358. 7YEA490, 607TA handicap. Eight XET 911. Seven S36415. 7JMC 301, 5MVG 901, 8WBB 834, 5NVU 723, 576D3, 4363 OP2, 8RTW 611, ASH 688, that's Washington, 8WDJ 966, 8UAS 352, LDF 5603, Texas. Seven NMC 094. Eight M88467. It's 1:29 p.m. 8 DER 728, 7 PUV 507, 8 DAG 725, 8 YXP 023, 8 DJP 315, 98 LS 202, 7 TSY 150, 8 E 83514, 8 RZG 687, 7 HSZ 746, 7 EMC 729, 6 HDK 988. 8 WYV 487. 47993 handicap. 5 DEV 989. Six XZW 695. 8 MTM 533. 8 MIM 533, excuse me. 2978 3G3. 4YKK121, ANSHAN1, AS49D03 paper. It is currently 1:31 p.m. 8YHJ431, 8THF963, 8ZUY794, 8VAE924, 4HDY447, 8WTB793, 26779E3, 8KXZ644, 6YOA342, 6X XT119, I believe, 7VVP939, 1:32 p.m. 73728P1, 7W 8KLU072 is the back license plate. They had another one started with 7W on the front. 5XXT750. 5NJS753, 5YJE780. 8XHU766, 7VCJ598, 8BDK547, 37368G3, 8ZKT463, 8NJ, you can't really see the rest of them, 664 is the last picture I could put on this one, 5EKJ239, 5UIC392, 8YDC970, 05265X1, 7MUC990, 11288G1, 7AEJ, can't see the rest, 6MLJ651, 6FGY126, 8XRD814, 5ATW525, I believe, 7RNV641, 8RTR827, 6AXJ109, 8JGH438, 8SVL148, 24724U2. Monitoring with the minion that removes license plates all off of their vehicle, the entirety of their vehicle. Those are minions monitoring together. Placing 2 different license plates on their car, removing license plates altogether. The people of the state are to be charged with what is inherent to the intent to obstruct justice. 8RUD002, 8RNU639, RXLSS, 8UVZ772, 8WUC214, 73289D2, 5VBZ337, 7BNF140, 8ABW258, 1VEK116, 8UBS738, 8UCP835, 76150 handicap, 8TSV723, 7ZPV860, 8UVL119, 8EZG128, 8WEG990, 8 8VND 370, 8XJY419, 7UGX681, 7HES093, 8LPR775, 8HPR971, 8XRJ703, 65306W2, 5YCU851, 7PQR483, 55155P2, 7CWX145, J945AL, 8ZYB539. It's 1:37 p.m. 6RA dash, I can't really see that one, 8ZYW016, 8PFS961, 55978D3, 8BFE895, 7TFE 861, 56864K3, CB91E93 paper. 8KEX887, 8VQD718, 8VFB172, 8ZLF461, 8BHG938, 1:39 p.m. 7ELH047, 05586, D2, 6XXJ182, 8SLW705, 8LRX798, 8YHJ111, 6PDM000, 7FYV008, 7TDV809, 5EKJ239. The entity group stalking flying over Euclid Avenue via aircraft. While these minions are crossing path, they're monitoring with the state. It's the corporate act of terrorism, 8VIE163, 7PEH027. And again, where I remain, 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue is indeed engaged in group stalking. That's where they're at in the relevant positioning of the venues that are around. 7ZXC125, including the Chevron, 7TLZ864, the Arco at 8th Street and Euclid Avenue. And of course, the people of the state that reside in relevant position. This is the Allure image, the Farrah Forster, this venue right here, the Hoff Orthodontics. I've walked through this venue as well and documented the people of the state, the Western Christian, this venue where these apartments and these houses are, and they're all monitoring, all of them. The P.O.C. is underway, CC56E50, paper. The entity flying over my head by helicopter as I'm walking on the streets where the people of the state reside. Remember that? That's the P.O.C. 10067J3. Fake sun right over my head. These are demons. 32248P1, I just want to remind what the entity I'm speaking to, what the state is doing through the people, and the people shall be subject to what is an equally, if not more intense prosecution, including up to and including federal prison, for engaging in the criminal conduct that's a threat to the life on behalf of the government. 8 NQW 192, the government's not going to get away with doing it directly nor vicariously, which is what the people of the state who I am documenting tons of license plates, and they're engaging in what is an impermissible threat as I continue to document third-party group stalkers. It's currently 1:41 p.m. License 8YX, I can't wait for that one. MYLT6SD. Uh, 9AJG157. And it's currently 1:42 p.m. Suzanne's Flowers Crossing Path, license 07004C3. 7PTS581, 5WXP004, 8YMB102, 8KRY393, 8EVH428, 7SFB718, 8VDG455, 7NUX667, 8LPA611. Eight LRW226, 8GUL725, BQV301, Washington, 5EVU116, 13224K3, 8P17234, 8PME256. Five YJK571, 8 VHK009. And it is 1:43 p.m. I want to document Omnitrans is en route. Route 83, 6G92534. Yeah. 8KPS457, and that's at 1:44 p.m. at the 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue. 8JYC798. And Amazon Prime's group stalking in the path with light activity at 8th Street in Euclid. And that is where the ARCO is located at that intersection, Senior's Vineyard. And, well, the people of the state reside on that intersection as well, and that's the form that those demons engage in the pattern of conduct, stalking in the path with light, and doing so at 8th Street in Euclid. It is currently 2 p.m. and monitoring license C7T 80875 14311D2, I believe. It's currently it's 2 p.m. Carreras Tours, vehicle 3730. That's a coach. They are crossing path, exiting the 10 freeway, the same 10 freeway where I've stood at as early as 7 in the morning, and crossing path at 7 in the evening. Fake sun in both positions on both sides of the freeway, aimed on me as I am moving in alignment with me. That's where Carreras Tours is crossing path. That's license 14311D2. Yeah. 8NVU 014 04927 L1. 7 SAY 628. ROF 116, 8 UVP 331, 5 UFB 286,
4th Street.
PS 083 4CUV 430.
I Street.
Seven CGW 850. 8TQL 120. 5PAS 343. 8
F Street.
CMH 241. It's 2:02 p.m. 8 UVP 331. 7 RPH 631, I believe. Let's see, EPO9723, that's Carreras Taurus. 6G845. I can't really see the rest, so I'm just scratching it. EPO9746 is Carreras Taurus as well. There are two coaches, group stalking on Euclid Avenue, where I'm at.
Stop
17155 M2.
If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible, favor usar la puerta
It's
trasera.
2:04 p.m. Alrighty, license 7XFN887 8ZRH312. And I was on bus number 1360, license 1535619. And that was employee 3708. 6MOG854. 5XXR578. 7WRL929. 7DGR514. 7FGG210. 7TEV800. 6GYA858. 7CGW850. 8NHM457. 03317B2. 8GGK265. 03371B2. 7DNC675. BV25X98, paper, 7FGG210. MNJ563 61019N2. And again, this fake church is a third-party facilitating venue called La Voz. They're monitoring, they're group stalking. All right, those are the license plates that I'm reading around that venue. And they're maintaining presence on the sidewalk, which is presence in the path for purposes of crossing path. License 79738A1. License 9AKF490. 8KSD740. 8 LOP688, I believe. That is 8 LOP688. Yeah, that's correct. It's currently 2:06 p.m. 5 EVT168, 7 DEJ331, in case I didn't read that one already. And it's currently 2:07 p.m. License 5LHE559, 5TGW565. Yeah, this third party, let's see. 8RZY391. It's 2:08 p.m. at the Ovid Family Community Library at 2:08 p.m. 6 GPV 454 8S JV 556. These are minions pacing at the turn circle as I'm exiting State Facilitating Venue Ovid Family Community Library. The entity engaging in what is surveillance in the bathroom. That's the people of the state group stalking in the bathroom. This is the venue of Sean Thrasher, who is engaging in what is terrorism. These demons filling the venue to engage in stalking me altogether. A bunch of demented psychopaths, very, very hostile, engaging in what is the resolve is going to be federal prison for a lot of people. And I want to document Natasha. She has the exceptionally long hair, dark brunette, she's a hefty third party, I believe a Caucasian female. I'm on surveillance cameras up at my entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library. And I do get a new library card. The entity stole my property, remember that. 5SSV506. The people of the state, that is Omnitrans, on surveillance cameras, stole my property. And you have what is, I got a new library card, and this minion is monitoring me. Her name is Natasha. She's at the circulation desk. The circulation desk where they remain engaging in what is the use of, again, closure of doors, door slamming, was simultaneously to what's going on, what I'm doing on the desktop computer. The same exact conduct. What is the door closure? It's nothing other than a method of what is stalking with activity. And you have a whole venue, people full of Satan, okay, but full of minions that are engaging in that conduct together. They're pacing around in engineered light. You've seen the directed light inside of that Ovid Family Community Library. And when I say Sean Thrasher's going to federal prison, that's what I mean. You have the entity that is, they're sitting all around, stalking, pacing all around in engineered light, seeking to obstruct my ability to upload my documentation onto the internet, et cetera, et cetera. I've documented all of this. They're a bunch of minions, and they're engaging in what is stalking with light as well as they're witnessing everything that I'm uploading. Satan is infuriated by it. So the entity is stalking with directed light. The minions who I'm capturing close-up images of, they're group stalking in close proximity to me inside of the computer lab. I want to be clear, the entity is engaging in what is flashing with directed light across the computer screen. This is a hostile demon. All right, that's a threat to your life. All right, so I did take a close-up image of this demon who was sitting at the computer behind me. And this is conduct that's on behalf of an entity. In the same way that a demon that's engaging in what is an assault with a deadly weapon, or an assault and battery, engaging in what is making any physical threats of harm, engaging in 8XSN233, engaging in any act of hostility, verbally or physically, okay? You're going to be, you're going to understand this is conduct on behalf of the entire entity. They're all sitting there stalking you together. All right, so I want to be clear on that. And this minion is group stalking and flashing light across the computer screen while that demon sits then behind me at the computer behind me. That's a psychopath. That's the conduct of Satan. All right, and this is the same exact venue that engages in what is stalking me in the bathroom. Okay, engaging in what is waging admissions while they are then engaging in criminal summoning. 5X70268 is terrorizing with the state that's flying over Metro 102. Alrighty, so they're stalking in the path with light, and then the entity flies hovering over Metro 102 apartments. That's license 5X0268, and this is that third-party facilitating venue Metro 102. I don't see a company name. That's fine. I got their license plate though. This is a Latino male. You see the young Latino. They're operating this white truck. They're at Metro. Metro is monitoring. Metro has had the fake sun directly over my head, directed light inside of the parking garage. Metro is a bunch of minions, and that entire community is monitoring, like I stated, as is already the case. So that audible activity is literally the evidence of that. And the entity is engaging in what is this sort of conduct inside of a venue, which is the Ovid Family Community Library, where Metro 102 has been in relevant position. While I'm subject to surveillance, Metro 102 is monitoring, continuous monitoring as I walk outside. So I just want to point that out. And so these demons are aiming directed light across the computer screen, and this is while they're reacting to what they're witnessing, as to what they're witnessing as I publish my documentation. And this is nothing other than a reminder that the minion that's engaging in what is an assault and battery, while this aged wrinkly face crackhead with tattoos on her face is engaging in what is a criminal act on behalf of the entity, including Metro 102, every single last one of their apartment numbers, their addresses, their placement in relevant position under what is a fake sun, which at all times of day is an impossibility. They are fully surrounded with what is evidence, and that is speaking to what is a prosecution of an entity, by the way. 8NTG 854 4ZLM 655. You have what is the foolishness of the entity that has continuously engaged to nonetheless place that fake sun over my head and molest with what is directed light, and the people of the state that continuously engage in group stalking, but understand that's grounds of what is federal prison. That is to be dealt with. That's how you deal with what is a psychopath, a threat to the public, okay? 8RUP 889 5SLG 688 8XTS 216 07159K3 5XLB 961 8SCL 296. And so, again, as I completed updating my documentation from yesterday, May 7, 2022, and publishing today, May 8, 2022, this is where the entity inside of the venue where I'm using a communication device, license 7VYV205, where I'm using a communication device, demons surrounding and flashing of directed light across the computer screen. Understand the legal framework. Demons engaging in what is this conduct with directed light. This is the prosecution as a terrorist, a demon-possessed one, stalking in this these demonic methods. This is terrorism. This is also the sex offender that touches you with this manifestation of light. And it is also speaking to what is harassment while you are surrounded with this directed light on an ongoing basis. Harassment by an entity. This is not ordinary harassment under ordinary civil law or criminal law. This is harassment by an entity engaged in federal stalking. This is harassment by the government, okay? License plate 8WJS479. And the Ontario Police Group stalking on Sultana right now at 4:01 p.m. 8ZJA340. And it is 4:01 p.m. walking onto, I'm continuing on to what is Hull Boulevard. And Union Pacific is audible activity. So it's currently, like I said, 4:01 p.m. and I just want to speak to what is harassment by the entity while I'm inside of Over Family Community Library. 8KOY228, and that's ongoing evidence which is relevant to the psychopath that is Sean Thrasher and actors such as Natasha, the employees at the Over Family Community Library, where they engaged in additional acts, not just February 4th, 2022, but even before February 4th, the ongoing pattern of criminal summoning, which is speaking to federal prison on multiple grounds, okay? 9ABD 967 34275J2 5PTS 579, and the entity is engaging in what is a U-turn by a commercial airline plane over the B&G Plaza, right where I'm at. That's group stalking by airplane, not proceeding to fly over the museum where I'm there. This is targeted where the entity is flying and following with the fake sun, okay? The fake sun remains over me right now. At 4 p.m. while I'm in Ontario, I'm not under the roof of the Upland Public Library. 8YML787, license 8DGW058, 8SWS298, license 8KZG897, and these are all demons, all of them. When you're capturing the phenomenon of directed light moving across a brick wall while a demon such as 035HGC with the Oregon license plate is driving by, that's capturing the demonic that is underway and that is remaining around you at all times. All right, they're all demons, including the Ontario police who are patrolling on Sultana. 6NAW136, including the demons that are using commercial airline planes to continue group stalking in the sky space above me. License 5TEW244, 7YCY614. Omnitrans crossing path, that's Route 61 that's going eastbound right now. 83214Z1, and that's at 4:03 p.m. This is P.O.C. Ready, license C9AAL547 91302C3 6XHC657, and group stalking while you hear this amplified audible activity of Union Pacific, and the entity is stalking by aircraft as well. Of course, the demons at B&G Plaza who have a fake sun over them at 7 in the morning, they're monitoring right now. There are a bunch of demons wrapped around a drive-through under a fake sun at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. An impossibility. 7CJG162, 8T68661, 7MPH829. 62804C3, 8RWW106, 67775W1, 8TTG211, 8YDC798, 8RWW106, 8H15379, 8U87354, 5D599G3, 8RQE401, 8UQC084, 8KFC269, 8MVK526, 19036V1, that's Dietz towing, 6PHX717, 7RSF679. Ontario Town Square Townhomes is group stalking as well. The entity aiming, and by aiming meaning the fake sun doesn't go anywhere, it's remained over my head as I have 6KLZ554. It's remained directly over my head while the entity is engaging in as unpersuasive as the demon possessed look the other way while the entity's group stalking by helicopter, flying around in circles over and over again, or with the directed light conduct like it's not occurring. That's as unpersuasive as it is with regard to understanding what is actual demonic activity. The entity covering up the fake sun as though it's a cloudy day, and actually it's the light source is remaining in the same exact position. And so you are getting past these superficial ways in which an entity is engaged in the same exact pattern of conduct. And not only that, that fake sun that's supposedly under what are clouds remains over my head, and the entity shining that light brighter as the entity flies over by plane 98JY528 as the Ontario Police patrol on Sultana 6GPK334 8RWW106. This is surveillance by a people. Andy's Burgers is engaged in that. They're facilitating. It's a facilitating venue. Bunch of demons congregated at wherever it is you live or your place of business. You are a facilitator and you're going to be prosecuted the same. 8HBX501, 8BCS896. This is the provision, the removal of shelter. The people of the state have no shelter, no protection. You're going to remove everything from around those cockroaches that they're hiding under, and you're going to exterminate them. Okay, 5CCC951, 5ETC056, 8XOT159, 8BJB012, 8VDH577, engaging in surveillance, terrorizing, threatening me in plain sight while the entity is flying over by airplane, not helicopter yet, by airplane. The fake sun remains over my head, listening to every word that I'm documenting, engaging in plain surveillance in plain sight. That's an unlawful threat. You go to federal prison. The government does not have a right to do it through that minion, threatening me, and intends to do so maliciously, relying on your ignorance. Okay, so there's no ignorance anymore. It's being documented. So now what do you call yourself? Who do you think you're threatening? You'll go to federal prison for that. Okay, the government doesn't have the right to do that, to place you under surveillance through any third party, a proxy, or doing it directly. They don't have a right to set up shop inside of your apartment and tell you to your face that you're placed under surveillance. Of course not. Okay, so that's what they're doing through group stalking. And you'll go to federal prison for that. License plate, CC25G62, that's paper. 9ABT473, 8AHL852. Seven RTR396, 7HCM281, 8WCT702, 4HS0029, 7JBH182. It's 4:08 p.m. 8RHP295, 8BHG997, 5LGU388, 6LUR055, 7VOX036, 41857F1, 5ZWD951, 8BEB813, BVZ1U97, I believe, paper, 8XZE933, 8VQC928, 7RQZ566, 7ZQU308, 14438A2, can't really see that one, 8TGJ519, 8WFA010, 6RLK166, I believe, 3CTU094, and it's 4:10 p.m. These are minions that are patrolling on Hope Boulevard. They are driving past me, what is east on Hope Boulevard. 5YGG061. Seven CJG162. It's 4:11 p.m. 9AUZ749, 9ADB. Okay, let's see that. 5VSX244, 8ZKY720, 8GYB793, 8GXT277, 7ETH426, 6KLZ554, 6WRB133, 4:15 p.m. Five TLC435, 8 TJPO68, 7 MBW344. I can't see that paper. 3 MA7EG, that's Arizona. Four 7290H3. Eight SVZ 307, 6RAU070, 8GTL234, 7ZEX 544, 62982H1, 6VHN 568, 7MBT133, I believe, 8MVK 526, 9BDJ590. 8RZL252, 6FRC116, 8WTS387, 6J45481, I believe. 6J4548. I don't think that was correct. You can scratch that one. I can see that clearly. 6CUE575, 4CMD696, 8TWG168, 8P, I can't really see that one, 8DMS173, 8YJR341, 4ZJE879, 43924D3, 8VWA030, it's 4:19 p.m. 6MRB787. These demons stalking with audible activity. So let me read you their license plate. Creating noise as I make any sudden move. That's terrorism. These are a bunch of demons. License plate. 7XMR724, 8W28559, 6MER016, 8VQX525. Seven GTE 501. Seven MPG 426. Seven JVF 785. 8 PJF 789. 8 RYS 447. BN 68. I can't really see that one. 8 VDC 503, 7XZH 451, excuse me, 8XKJ 172, 6UTZ 386, 6ZKE 479, 7AVY 612, 68581 D2, 7C 40490, 7DLW 007, 4Y, I can't really see that one, 7NXN 189. 8JIM 473, 6JXL 535, 5WHL 919, 91302C3. Yeah. 5 FRF 230, 8SS. I can't really see that one. 5 HRB 476, 5A. I can't see the rest of that one either. Seven GUC 724. Six Y 68604, 8NZK 349, 8MCA 759, 7JHL 576, 88658J3, 8TXM 519. 4MOU 037, or 4MDU037. It's a Lexus SUV. It's an old Lexus SUV truck. 8UJB014. 8EAE805. 8ZWG881. That's a black Prius. 8VDH577. Eight FWT187, I believe. 9ATW033, 8U17904, 8WWF978, 8M37113, 7LYG820, 7SGE292. Seven UAD255, 8JYZ199, 8SGK905. It is 4:26 p.m. 8MLF717, 8SGV808, 8XDC225, 8XQV341, 5NJD832, 8WOY380, 7F05654, 8FSN926, BTG, I can't see the rest of them, expression, 8WVP717, 8W, I can't really see that. I don't know if it's a W or a V. You express that. 7WHE452. 8VKR774. 8VFW691, excuse me. Omnitrans bus number 1324 is loitering at Lemon and Holt Boulevard at 4:28 p.m. 8FHF130, 7BVU061, CAN1005, I believe. That's Arizona. 6ZRE171. Seven SOG192. 8 CMY313, 8 UNF705. FOY009,
5GAZ 316, 8SHX 366, 7JDN 341, 449DB handicap, 6JVX 203, ZZAB 754, 2ZAB 754, excuse me, 8NLK 257, 8UW288, substantially similar. I think I'm missing one color. 7XET 659, I can't see that one. 6PHX 717, 7VDB 805, 4JVR 018, 7HYC 560, 6KJY, I believe it's 469, 53273L1. Eight YQW 446, 97497E3. Ontario Police patrolling on B Street. Well, that's B Street and Sultana. They're actually at Sultana crossing path with where I'm at on Holt, driving what is north and south. That was another one right now at 4:31 p.m. They're patrolling. For 6536D2. It's group stalking with the police. And so is Stereo City. That's a relevant position. Ontario Town Square Townhomes, the B&G Plaza, Shiro's Liquor. These third parties whose license plates I'm reciting, Andy's Burgers, they're group stalking with the police. That's an unlawful threat. It's 4:31 p.m. Five KJA 884. G. I can't really see that one. 4LDM 462. Eight SRE 895. 6FEY 908. 8MJX 192, 7GUA 374, 7879901, 7NVR 518, 53063X1, REKITTY, 8MRE 475, 6Y97891, 8TDA 778. Eight CIF 750. 8N936 L2, 6PIC 738, BTMOODY, 5TQ 0756, 8MOX 009, 8ZZB 562, 5YZL 535. That's amplified audible activity while the people of the state are group stalking with the police. 7WOC 460. You're going to respond to that impunity with federal prison. All right? This is lawlessness that I'm capturing. You respond to that very strongly. 6EXL 547.
8MNJ198. Group stalking to that amplified audible activity. License 05. I can't really see that one. 5VSW 508. 8XNB 695. 6P01432. 8YCX 949. 7UGF 385. 7B 87699. 60138X1. 2Z. I can't really see that one. Use special. 84081J3. 7T535L2. 8RNU 319. This is the same exact entity. Understand? While I'm capturing video over and over again of the entity stalking me by helicopter, that ongoing threatening conduct, this is the same exact entity. They're group stalking right now in my face. When the entity's flying over me by helicopter, they're group stalking, monitoring in my face. 6YDR010. To threaten someone in their face is an unlawful. It is exacerbated as the government engages in it directly by stalking both helicopters and vicariously by stalking with the state, the people of the state of California, which is what I'm documenting. This is the same exact entity, so do not be mistaken. License plate 6DTJ834. And it's not just the Ontario Museum. The entity stalking by helicopter while I was at Mayfair Inn. The entity stalking by helicopter while I was at Baymont Inn. The entity stalking by helicopter while I was at the venue of Woodside Senior Apartments, 8 U.A.C 773. The entity stalking by helicopter while I am at Economy Inn. Okay, the entity is stalking by helicopter when I'm walking down the street, when I'm inside of a library, when I'm inside of the grocery store, in the parking lot of a grocery store. Okay, I've documented the entity stalking by helicopter. This is the state that's engaged in that criminal conduct. Monitoring was 6EIU 428 on the roads and the highways, just stalking you in your face in plain sight. Yeah, that's unlawful. You go to federal prison for that. Every single aspect of the system, you're breaking that down. 8WMS 637. And that's necessary. They being the demon-possessed population, very, very highly disturbed psychopaths. It's psychopath conduct, and that's exactly what their condition is. Closeted psychopaths who are working amongst children, they give birth to children. They're engaging in this satanic conduct in plain sight, and what they would like to be seen and observed as normal society. It's absolutely abnormal. Okay, 5YTP693, you have entire companies that engage in employing those of this condition because it is embedded into what they do as a business, placing American citizens under surveillance. 8UEY 468, that's an unspoken aspect, an unspoken criteria, by the way, for being hired for these companies engaging in this demonic targeting system. License 5LPJ 444. 8UVY845. You're not going to find that on any criteria to get a job. You're dealing with Satan, though, that is employing the demon-possessed. They're engaging in this criminal conduct while they're on the job. It fits right into it while you're engaging in the elements of monitoring. All right, doing whatever it is you do for a living while you're serving Satan at the same time while the government's flying over a particular targeted individual by helicopter and keeping a fake sun over an individual, wherever it is that the people of the state work. It's embedded into society. You're breaking that entire system down. You're not going to engage in it. The entity is doing so, but you're not going to do so and remain out of federal prison. I'll tell you that. Engaging in the acts of obstruction of justice, you're going to federal prison. Just in the same way I've shown you what's the demonic formula, what they're doing, how you identify them. There's a formula for engaging in what is conduct that will result in federal prison. 1 + 1 = 2. It's very, very simple. Very, very simple. Oh, and the entity engaging in group stalking by helicopter, amplifying the impossible sound of helicopter activity while this entity was kidnapping me inside of the state facilitating venues of Central Detention Center, Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, and West Valley Detention Center, 8WET 572. License plate 62100T1. 6SCT288. 8TRA584, 8LJA 809, yeah, 51-D855, 6VLH 623, 7XPR 749, and it is a matter of published documentation, everything that I'm speaking to. Not only that I document what the entity was engaged in while I was subject to a kidnapping by this entity, the people of the state engaged in that kidnapping, okay? From beginning to end, there is never a pause where they are not engaged in it. The people of the state shall be subject to federal prison. But in addition to that, documenting exactly what I'm stating, the entity's group stalking by helicopter, this ongoing act of terrorism that is underway with the people of the state, the ongoing indication of the P.O.C, the entity on whose behalf these demons who I'm documenting now are monitoring with and on its behalf. It's documented on video for you can look it up, okay? Baymont N, that was December 7, 2020, published. The entity stalking by helicopter while I'm at Baymont N. The entity stalking by helicopter at Mayfair N. It's already published, okay? The entity stalking by helicopter at Economy N. It's already published on more than one occasion, all right? Including on the day that the entity engaged in kidnapping me from that venue. Yes, they're going to federal prison. It's ridiculous what the level of criminal conduct, and you're talking, no. 8UMG 565, it takes one with the skill set. I understand that. And for such a time as this, it's been revealed what this demon-possessed entity is engaging in. And I'm also revealing you what shall be the consequences while it's engaging in this system, how it operates, what it looks like, and how you prosecute it. What's necessary. It is absolutely necessary as a matter of justice and as a matter of what is confronting darkness. 7TEE093, 93598E3, 5CRT492. And it's 4:41 p.m. License plate monitoring with this meeting group stalking at the bus stop, engaging in surveillance. License plate 6GPK334. It's 4:42 p.m. And by this meaning, I'm referencing still images that I just captured. 8XVX918, I believe. Because this meeting is documenting without a license plate, I'm documenting the third parties with license plates. They're monitoring together. 6XLW900. License 70904G2, 4XTD297, 7XVD019, 6VFV860, 39945C3. 39954C3, excuse me, 8YPD944, 6ATI159, I believe, 7FNA577, 8RBT288, yeah, 8KZG897, 4:43 p.m., 7DHF163, 8XKH123, 8MNJ128, 'License 7EFS591, I believe. 7E53691, excuse me. RZP398, oh, and of course, by the way, I'm mentioning third-party facilitating venues. Living in my vehicle, the entity engaged in what is stalking on an ongoing daily basis, as I documented in 2019, as I was living in my vehicle, and then the entity stole my vehicle. And that was October 2nd, 2019. So guess what the entity did on the day that it stole my vehicle? Coming from the venue that I just documented, monitoring the inside of there, a bunch of demons, the Ovid Family Community Library. The entity followed me, which I documented in a series of maybe 13 to 15 videos, no exaggeration. It's already published, October 2nd, 2019, where the entity stole my vehicle and then followed me from the library back to where my car was parked outside of 713 North Vine Avenue in Ontario. Followed me by helicopter, captured in a series of videos, over 13 videos, of the entity stalking me by helicopter, which it has been doing for years. I've been documenting for years. 6ZBY842 is engaging in that criminal conduct and shall be prosecuted as a terrorist, engaging in the conduct on behalf of that government that's been stalking in that manner, terrorizing in that manner, stealing property in such manners on behalf of that entity. Like I said, that's the totality of that criminal act while they're crossing path. And they listen to my voice while, you're going to address every single last aspect of the psychopath's criminal conduct. 7NTL298. Every single last part of it. And that is published as well. It's already published online. The entity stalking, stealing my vehicle, and then following me, and which I documented on in October 2019. And this is, it's over 14 videos that I captured, because the entity literally followed me from the Ovid family community life, flew over me, flew circles around me, this ongoing terrorism after stealing my car. Okay, stole my car and then terrorizing me, following me back to the venue of the 713 North Vine, where my vehicle was parked, to the 7-Eleven at 603 North Vineyard Avenue. 633 North Vine Avenue, where the entity engaged in kidnapping. That's where the Ontario police, so you hear sounding sirens that are group stalking, the evidence against the people. Like, I could go on and on. That same 7-Eleven where the entity followed me after stealing my car by helicopter is where Jason Knighton and Lester Keys of those demon-possessed Ontario Police Department, who are stalking right now. That's why they're going to federal prison. But you also need to know they're demons. Okay, that's relevant. You need to understand the positions that demons hold. They are affiliated with police departments. You're snatching those demons out of those positions. They are literally a threat to the public. They're even a threat to this demon-possessed population. They're holding hands with criminals and engaging in that criminal conduct. The likes of that bony crackhead with tattoos on her faces, on her face, that I'm showing you in up in California. Those are the likes that the entity is engaging in criminal conduct with. The demon-possessed police departments. They're engaging in criminal conduct with that. Okay, so like I said, in every which way, the entity is surrounded by evidence and is engaging in what is conduct. While I'm naming demons, reading their license plates, there's a whole body of evidence that they are going to be prosecuted for, not just the fact that they are still to date stalking right now. License 6NSP085 4HUB176, and that's criminal summoning that these third parties are engaged in while the entity sounds sirens. They are engaged in, they being the people. 7CKC498. 4VLK800, 4PVX658, 3TEZ266, license 57335H3. And what you're hearing in the background, loud booms, that's called audible activity, and that's also Satan that is revealing hostility. 7FVS601. While demons are crossing paths, understand what these demons are doing. That's very threatening. 8KKY587. The ways in which they're going to be prosecuted for terrorism. 25417B2. Crossing path out of Ontario Town Square Townhomes. An African-American male group stalking. 8TGJ519. CB76U47 paper. License 8WCU654. That's Ontario Police criminal summoning. Monitoring with the Ontario Police is 8VDR855. 7ZBY249. Surrounding from both vantage points. Let me show you this. Alrighty, I did capture what is criminal summoning by the demon-possessed Ontario Police, and understand what those demons are doing. First of all, it's the elements of monitoring: light, activity, relevant positioning, and that is the, light. Those are the demons of the Ontario Police, the lights on their vehicles. This is light. They are also under what is the fake sun, that is aiming engineered light. I'm being molested, surrounded. This is terrorism. That's the element of light. Audible activity while they sound sirens surrounding on both sides at what is Sultana, and then coming from what is Lemon. They were already stalking in the path. They were already present, and then crossing path with what is sirens. How can I help you? Okay. This is a demon that's pacing in front of me with their communication device, doing so while I'm documenting. So you have the entity that is engaging in this conduct together, the Ontario Police. That's light, activity, audible activity, and relevant positioning while they are crossing path. And they are not acting alone. The people of the state that I've been documenting, they're engaging in an ongoing crossing of path. This is group stalking, and the entity is not going anywhere. I'm documenting what is surveillance. Surveillance underway while the demons are pacing in front of me like this minion just did. She just walks in front of me with her phone and then walks up. She's monitoring, and doing so while I'm speaking to the demonic activity of the Ontario Police. This is what Satan does as it listens to every syllable that I reveal about its conduct. So anyway, the entity is also patrolling, pacing back and forth through traffic. 7KAY084, HCTD 969, 6MNE 775. License 5ZDA 443. They're doing so under what is the fake sun, which I also captured while the entity is keeping it over my head as it was all day long, just as I documented. And you see it covered up in clouds. It's a quote unquote subdued, equally fake sun, scientific impossibility. All right, this is the location where I'm at 7:50 in the morning. I've gotten on the bus day in and day out, gone to Fontana. Entities keeping the fake sun over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library. Out the window facing Spring Street and Sierra Avenue while I'm at the Fontana Lewis Library. No, the sun is not remaining at one address for the duration of the day, nor is it remaining over me, and also at the same time remaining over in the city of Fontana over a specific building where I'm inside of. Now, that is revealing what is the demon possession of the Ontario Police, who I capture on video, crossing path, demon stalking with light, and group stalking, facilitating that demonic activity with the people. Okay, and they're doing so also the timing with which these demons do so while I'm revealing the very damning evidence that is already published. The entity group stalking me for years, stealing my vehicle while group stalking by helicopter, following me from the Ovid Family Community Library, who was monitoring me again today, and going to federal prison based on what is documentation that existed long before the multiple times as criminal summoning by Sean Thrasher. Okay, the entity engaging in what is criminal summoning on multiple occasions before the entity followed me, and which is captured in multiple videos, more than 13 videos, by helicopter. In the same way that the entity is stalking day in and day out where I am, including in Fontana, where I'm in Montclair, California, documenting a fake sun, which is not going to be over the B&G Plaza, by the way. I've already documented this. The entity is group stalking everywhere that I go by helicopter, revealing the demon possession and criminal conduct of the people of the state. While I'm reminding you about the entity group stalking by helicopter while I'm living in my car before the entity stole it. And then a group stalking at Baymont Inn, at Mayfair Inn, at Economy Inn, all of the venues where I've been, including where this entity, the same demon-possessed Ontario Police Department that you see in video, crossing paths with lights and sirens, which is called criminal summoning, that same entity engaging in kidnapping, and that is while kidnapping, the entity engaging in what is stalking by helicopter. 4FZG671. And that's exactly what the entity was sounding inside of the state facilitating venues. So as I'm discussing this, which you heard, this is when the entity goes into criminal summoning. Like I said, not only is it the elements of monitoring, understand the personality of Satan. It is almost as though this is the way that Satan starts crying because it's scared, okay? Reminding you about what I already published. I've already published it. This already exists, all right? The entity engaging in what is terrorism. The entity starts engaging in what is a reaction while monitoring is underway. It's the elements of monitoring, but understand Satan reacts in real time. What am I talking about with Satan? I'm talking about the environment. The fake sun that remains over me starts shining brighter in real time as I'm speaking the words. The entity starts sounding sirens, the demon-possessed police department that are already stalking. They're just engaging in ongoing swirling around in vehicles, driving around. As I already stated is the case, they immediately start sounding their sirens on both sides of me. This is terrorism, all right? While they're stalking. A bunch of demon-possessed police officers stalking me. And the Ontario Police, heavily documented, have been stalking for years. And I've been the focus of everything that those demons do. It's about me. They sit around, take notes about what I'm doing, including what I'm doing in bathrooms. They're sex offenders, and that's exactly how they're going to be prosecuted. And that's relevant to when they're going to federal prison. So you have the entity that's engaging in this conduct, and it's a real-time response to what Satan is listening to me document. And this is what I capture on video, okay? So I just want to point that out. And the entity that I already documented by license plate is speaking to what is the entity that is, let me document this. Omnitrans is just now arriving at 4:56 p.m. I've documented my time. License 1535708, bus 1363. The westbound bus, two of them have crossed path, and this is the first one that's going eastbound at license 1535708. So anyway, the entity's conduct is speaking to what is a real-time response, okay, while they're listening to me document. It is entirely pathetic. All right, but like I said, when I say that I'm going to reveal what is a demonic system, what are the identities of the demon-possessed population, what is the grounds of prosecuting it, how you prosecute it, what is unmistakable direct evidence of, first of all, what is demon possession, no longer that which is a mystery to those who lack the spiritual eye to discern it. It is that which you are aware of through the environment and through the behavior of those that are in that environment. Let me be clear. Virtual presence, period, in that environment is speaking to your condition. But like I said, it is also replete with what is condition that's facilitating that conduct. The demon possessed are in the environment where you are being stalked with light, and they engage in the conduct of stalking you with light. That is what I've showed in thousands of videos where the people of the state are stalking with directed light. They're demons, okay? And it is the demon possessed. And that's what, for example, the Ontario Police Department engage in while they're sounding their sirens. Those are demons that are using the vehicles that they're inside of to stalk with light. Also using them to stalk with audible activity. And by the way, that's what they're doing all night long while I'm at the museum, listening to everything that I'm saying, everything that I'm doing on the internet, what I'm looking at, what I'm noting, all right, what I'm uploading, what I'm down, everything that I'm doing. They're obsessed, and they are engaging in what is doing the exact same thing, criminal summoning, while I'm at the museum and I'm playing that, I'm recording on my podcast. I was just here to capture it on video. They're not doing anything other than stalking me, and they weren't going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. Okay, this is stalking on behalf of that entity that's heavily documented engaging in stalking by helicopter. Just as I stated, 442588J2 and Omnitrans license 1535708 is stalking in the path with light. All right, license 7U74859. And you have another Route 61 arriving. License plate Q8MOMM, and this license of Route 61 is license 1545682, bus 2343. They're both monitoring. I just want to be clear. This is, again, the people of the state are engaged in surveillance, and so Omnitrans is not engaging in any sort of delay in their bus schedules. They use it as a method of harassment. They know exactly where I'm at. They're group stalking with the state. And so you're talking about what is the maintenance of presence with light activity. License 1535708 and license 1545682. It's a maintenance of presence with light activity, and when you're talking about the pattern of conduct, you don't have any. There is no. Well, let's put it this way: there is no legally relevant claim of, oh well, we've got a delay, we've got an issue with the bus, it's out of commission, we have to get some sort of repair. We have a detour. They're monitoring. This is surveillance. You are under, as I've shown, heavy surveillance. So those demons know exactly where the target individual is at. It is relevant to the ways in which you will be prosecuted. Any methods of targeted harassment, which is adding on to what is terrorism by an entity that's monitoring you with the state, who stalks by police officers who are demons, okay? Who stalks with helicopters flown by demons, commercial airline planes flown by demons who are stalking together. So I just want to point that out as I'm pointing out the fact that Omnitrans refrained from arriving at the bus stop, and you have what are two buses that are arriving now at the bus stop at the same time. So I just want to point that out. It is currently 5 p.m. License 8VYH363, 7BMV951, 8531183, 8XOT159. License 6WUY242, 8XHT070, 474VP handicap, EZ063, excuse me, that's FZ063 handicap, 7YDX483, 5LTS305, 8N76681, 5TYJ444, 8ZXX667. 6GZS332, 8VMC824, 8MOT790, 8XRE804, 8SCW005, 4LH8605. And they are all crossing path under what is a fake sun, which remains directly over my head. The entity engaging in what is an ongoing threatening conduct, that's the personality of Satan. Those are the demons that shall not only be subject to federal prison, they have no business in law enforcement. 8BCS 986, as I continue to expose. Okay, that is the personality of Satan, to sexually violate you more, sexually offend more, as you reveal the fact that they are engaging in sexual violation and sexually offensive conduct. 8YDL 694, while the entity is engaging in what is inherently life-threatening conduct, you're stalking as an entity. You're stalking as an entirely demented entity. You're a psychopath, all right? And then you were talking about, as you document that, what do the Ontario police? They sound their sirens to communicate a threat. They are crossing path. They are group stalking. They just turned on their sirens and their lights to engage in group stalking, to communicate a threat. All right, that is the unlawful conduct. That is exactly what the entity engages in. That is the very precise pattern of conduct, as it is peculiar to the demon-possessed law enforcement agencies that engage in state surveillance. Let me be clear, the people of the state and those police departments subject to what is federal prison for that. 7ROE674. License R693SO, and doing it under what is the unmistakable fake sun. Couldn't possibly be the sun. You have nothing that's going to help you whatsoever with regard to every angle of whereby Satan is using a people, is present in the environment, and is engaging in what is directly relevant to the federal tribunal: criminal conduct, criminal surveillance. 8SPT690, 8WQK 993, 6DZE 141, VSX dash, I can't even see that one, 47882D3, 60787S2, 45561U1, 8ZNX072, 6WHB 899, 8CZF 824, I believe. And the entity engages, this is the entity being the people of the state, these demons that are group stalking on behalf of that government with those demon-possessed police officers. 7YPWO, I can't see the rest of that one. With that demon-possessed entity, let me be clear, that is the impunity with which the people of the state, who are supposed to be the outward veneer, is supposed to appear as normal conduct. All right, they act oblivious to you. They act oblivious to the environment. They act oblivious while the entity is stalking with sirens and helicopters, etc. And you're supposed to just focus on their face expressions, which is supposed to persuade any natural observer. What? She's crazy. They're not stalking. Look at their face. Look, they look so surprised. They don't even know why is she taping them? They don't even know her. Look at what they're doing. She is, oh my goodness. That's supposed to be the reaction. It's entirely unpersuasive. Like I said, Satan is entirely relying on what is, first of all, your ignorance of the environment, your reliance upon the third-party group stalkers who are literally on a stage, okay? Know they're being documented, hoping that you focus on their facial expressions, hoping that you are deceived by their audible activity when they're feigning being perplexed. You can feign however you want. You can't feign a fake sun, though, all right? That is a fake sun as a matter of science, okay? So like I said, you have the entity that's surrounded by that evidence, 5XTU367, surrounded by the evidence, and the people of the state demonstrate nothing other than the fact that they are fully engaged in the pattern of conduct on behalf of the government while they engage in that act. They also demonstrate that they are very dangerous psychopaths, highly malicious actors, engaging in what is an unlawful threat with the demon-possessed police departments, fire departments, ambulances, the government stalking by helicopters, using commercial airline planes. 8SAG034, that's what the people of the state demonstrate. And you will not in any way hesitate putting them in federal prison. No hesitation. 8EXW654. DASZ64, I believe. And all of this is occurring, again, like I captured, it's after 4 p.m. I have not been under the roof of the Upper Public Library all day, nor the Fontana Lewis Library, by the way. And you have the entity that is keeping the fake sun over me, just as I pointed out to you while I was at that bus stop that I'm at 7:30, 8:30 in the morning, 9:30 in the morning, and the fake sun remains over me. Okay, and that's exactly what I capture while the entity is engaged in criminal summoning. Remember, criminal summoning is the grounds of federal prison. This is an unlawful threat. The entity is stalking and terrorizing, harassing, using sirens to do so. Literally, psychopaths that are just like, whoo, psychopaths that are on the loose with access to sirens. Okay, a psychopath that is having access to things that it should not have access to. HCLX 188, literally driving in circles, pacing around in circles, sounding sirens, and stalking somebody. 27503K2. 7BVU061. And so while this is occurring, you're going to pay attention also to what is the environment, and that is the fake sun that's directly over me. And this is the entity that is literally, yes, I'm prosecuting. Yes, I've documented. I have already established the P.O.C. But you're talking about at this point, I made the point. You're talking about what is you're showing your own cards. Not that I need you to. I did it. But you're talking about why would you help someone tell your own secrets? 6EAC 878. That's what Satan is doing. I don't need Satan's help. Okay. When I said I'm gonna rip that head off in federal court, I don't need Satan's help. Satan is no formidable adversary. Satan is a loser. That's why Satan is stalking. Okay. So like I said, you have the entity that is. It's to your own demise. Those police, they're going to federal prison. The Ontario Police Department, as a matter of justice, you disband such infected agencies. They are a harm to the public. They are a danger, okay, to society. And you have what is the entity that's engaging in criminal conduct. You are surrounded by the light sources over my head. The entity is sounding the engagement in the elements of monitoring, light activity, relevant positioning is revealing your condition and the criminal conduct that you are engaging in while I captured it again on video. And also I spelled out the timing. They engaged in this episode, which I captured on video, because they're listening to me remind you, because it's already published on the internet. I'm reminding you about the ongoing wealth of documentation where the entity is indeed stalking. Stole my car, stalking by helicopter. Stole my car by the demons who are group stalking on this video. Okay, stole my car and then following me from the Ovid Family Community Library by helicopter. 7PDS 628. There's nothing funny about that, but it's funny because Satan loses. That's what's funny. And you lose in a big way. You're talking about, this is an unlawful threat, and this is grounds of what is literally putting away that threat to the public. Not only that, American citizens subject to it for a term of years. Okay, you're talking about what's going to be a minimum with regard to federal prison. And what's going to be a large amount of the population in California, that is. Not only subject to what is deportation, you get the boot. You're not even welcome here. It's the most un-American, most unimaginable, reprehensible criminal conduct, on the pattern of conduct that you are engaging in, and you're not a guest here. You're not welcome here. Okay, not even those that are natural born citizens are welcome to engage in that, and so you're not even natural born. You're getting the boot. 8YQE313, and you cannot come back. You get out and don't come back. I'm referencing casually what is the deportation for federal policy with federal group stalking monitoring. 8JDV 893, 6CMF 537. That will do wonders for the population and for the economy, by the way, just as an aside. BN 52F61 paper plate. License 00214R1. So I just want to be clear, you never be distracted while I'm encountering the entity that's engaging in this maniacal criminal activity. The entity that is, you hear them driving by, they're group stalking, and they are while they're group stalking, 8UGP274, this is an ongoing unlawful threat by the entity. 98MG046. The entity sounding sirens, group stalking by the police, continuously group stalking. The entity engaging in group stalking by planes over your head and terrorizing threat. The entity continuously group stalking. The entity engaging in what is a molesting with what is a fake sin, that's an act of terrorism. The entity stalking you with an entire environment, also while monitoring your documentation. That's an unlawful threat. The entity continuously group stalking. Okay? The people of the state are relentless, and you're going to prosecute under the law relentlessly. Okay? It is 5:10 p.m. 6JZH 965, 8XTF 910, 7RQU 082. It is 5:11 p.m. License 8PSR 321, 8ZUN013, 7GBB454, 5JTM007, 8PJF408, 7BFC898, 8WFX402. 8H87354. Excuse me, 8U87354. (31923N1) 7RML367. XXZ 852 8CVP 890 8NTM 633 8YQZ 036 5DRH 303. And there's the entity stalking by helicopter. Monitoring with them. They're going to federal prison. License plate CB9Z3. I can't really see that one. That's a paper plate. Look at these minions. Oh, Andy's Burgers. Everybody on the clock over there. They're working. Ontario Town Square. License plate 5WJE675 8MYY333 8VAE622. Every single last federal prison 8LSP875 8BES599. License plate 67875S1. And definitely federal prison, while the entity listens to me remind you about stalking by helicopter, engages in stalking by helicopter, okay? 56682H3, that's a white van. License C BU95Y38 paper plate 8FQR011 stalking with light, monitoring with the entity 8S23081. And as you saw in video, group stalking inside of Metro by T-Mobile. They're group stalking. Let me capture them. 9ABT473 7ZDZ684. And the entity is flying over third-party facilitating venue, Ontario Town Square Townhomes at that, by the way. Okay. License 7BJG109 inside of the BNG Plaza. That's how thirsty you want to go to federal prison. I mean, actually, that's not even a question, because the entity engaged in what are, again, the default basis of federal prison. That includes kidnapping, the ongoing acts of criminal summoning, the theft of property while you're monitoring, which is intended to obstruct justice, harassment by an entity. And then also engaging in what is the ongoing terrorizing acts of stalking by helicopter. Ontario Town Square is engaging in group stalking. Their minions walking out of the gates, crossing paths. They're monitoring with the rest of the property as well. 5VNF 807, 6FTB 057, 8ZBA 092, BG 55A89 paper, 7PRD 910, 9APZ 883, 5K I can't really see that one. 61443332, I believe. I can't really see that one though. 634MV handicap. 7JXB 397. 8HLT 059. 8DAY 895. All right, and it is currently 5:16 p.m. where the entity is remaining with the fake sun and stalking by helicopter, flying in the direction that is south, right over the Ontario Town Square townhomes, and then flying over Hope Boulevard as I also get up to start reading license plates. And this is what the entity is doing while it's listening to me remind you about all the years of documentation of the entity stalking by helicopter. The people of the state, not only the government, but you're talking about the people of the state, 9ABR527, you're going to federal prison for that. So like I said, 7LZS 739, that's Latina female, 7PXY 886. These thirstmongers are on their communication devices monitoring while they're crossing path in the engineered light, while the entity stalking by Ontario police and by the entity using a helicopter flying over, again, the people of the state that reside in relevant position. Let me be clear. Federal prosecution, the entire property of the Ontario Town Square, that's what they're engaging in. They're group stalking. You live in relevant position. State surveillance is underway as the entity is so thorough enough to demonstrate flying over the very townhomes by helicopter right in front of me. The fake sun is right over me at the same location where under no circumstances the sun is going to be present, where it's over on this at the same exact location early in the morning. All right, so this is all manner of what is demonic. That's the personality of Satan. You place Satan in what are cages to restrain it. Okay, 7MXF614, 6TQP 941 7Z, I can't really see that one. 4XOY 927 5UMX 669 6RCL 263 8YRY 923 6BIR 167 8WXN 960 RLW 8540 Texas. License 8GUS 771. So you're understanding on a grand basis the terrorism that a people engage in with the entity, while they're a real-time live audience listening to what's being documented against them. 4XOY 927, and that is why 78NF 956 to be prosecuted, and what is relevant to that prosecution is federal prison. Okay, license 7TOP 124. Not only are they group stalking, and then they engage in, again, the personality of Satan. You're dealing with demonic activity, but this demonic activity is criminal on its face, all right, and it's also criminal in its substance, as I'm breaking down for you the elements of monitoring, the demonic conduct, and how they are monitoring on communication devices, and while they are engaging in what is the impermissible threat, as I have defined it. This is a threat that the entity, a demon-possessed one, continuously poses, as you have the audacity to document it. All right, that's a psychopath. Okay, any other sex offender, any other stalker that would engage in such conduct, as you are seeking to document and prosecute them in court, you would. That's exactly how you would diagnose that. That's exactly how you would prosecute that. And that's exactly how an entity that's engaging in criminal conduct, as a matter of justice, shall be treated. The very threat that it is. And that's the Ontario Police Department. That's the Ontario Town Square Townhomes. That's the B&G Plaza where I'm at. 8ZGR 818. Let me be clear, in relevant position on Hope Boulevard, where I'm at. The cross streets of Plum, cross streets of Euclid. 5AND 957. 8XPY 088. 6FLN 275, 8KEV 638, 8YIV 654, 5689 7U2, 5WWD 006, 8UXH 518, 8PDG 536, 8EQK 616. And it's currently 5:20 p.m. The entity engaging in that conduct and flying over your apartment building, it is axiomatic. You're going to be prosecuted and subject to federal prison. Okay, the entity is engaging in that conduct to specifically wage a threat, while you have. This is what's so pathetic about saying, because you clearly lost 32741G2, and you continue to lose. Because let me be clear, the government does not want it to be known what they're doing with helicopters over. I have documented and published it widely. Okay, and heavily. 7UG and 692. So the entity engages in more of the same, which is to its own demise. Like I said, that's a very unbalanced psychopath and a delusional one. All right, serving for its own demise and the people of the state, such as 6W XE358. Okay, the reality is, though, that's conduct that the entity does not want exposed. Okay, but 8SZ3081, as I have documented, as I'm reminding you about what I've already published, the entity engages in repeating that conduct, which is to communicate a threat. It's the same thing with the demons of the Ontario Police Department. The entity is engaging in conduct which is to its own demise, like I stated. While it's engaging in that which is to its own demise, with regard to what is a prosecution, you are threatening the target individual. All right? 7SEP416. And this is the entity that engages in conduct such as, I'm going to call the police. Understand the substantive value of that. You're not calling the police because the police don't know. You're calling the police because you're communicating a threat while you're monitoring with the police. You want to invite those demons who are monitoring vicariously with you, through you, so that they may come and engage and pose a threat and be there physically, because that's really what those demons want to do. All right, that's what Stephanie Ortiz engaged in. So that's what that means. Where the pattern of conduct is underway, I'm going to call the police, or calling the police. That's what that means, because the police are not ignorant. They're engaging in group stalking together, and that's an unlawful threat. Okay, you are speaking the specific language of which means you translate that in a federal court. Put me in federal prison. License 8UQC084, and it is currently 5:22 p.m. 5TRK007, 8ZID059, 8NTM215, 8XPW552, 7V, I can't really see that one. 8C01926, 771ZP, handicap. It's currently, by the way, 5:24 p.m. P.O.N. 012 FORSO 8SLS 524 LAR 1187 7TXK 476 QMN 597 Florida 8ZMM 907 8ZR, I can't really see that one, 6YTL 489. It's 5:25 p.m. 6 GFU 489 8 EVC 352 6 LMS 574 7 RVM 205 8 DRJ 844 7 H30 729 8 WSF 017 I think I already read this minion's license plate. License 8XPW552. That's an African American male. Looks like the Predator. He's got those dreads on his head. License 8YNN351 8ETA629 8ZDK842 5LJR840 8SHY444 8ZDT021 6HGA398 6YAA395 8ULW164 7PME293. As the entity engages in the criminal conduct in real time, it's speaking to the criminal conduct that the people of the state that I've documented that they're engaging in. 8EGV638. That's the only thing that's profound about their criminal conduct. It's 8MSZ011 22063M2 6ZIY133 8VHG922. And every single last one of them to be held accountable in federal court, 42621D1 for that ongoing terrorism, 6ZBC829. And the government, you're talking about what's federal prison for under existing federal law, okay? 8WAL832, 8BYC228, group stalking with the entity that's flying over me by commercial airline plane, 8FKK330, 8HRB764. This entire entity, as I'm naming the demons that are the people of the state, they're engaging in terrorism with the Ontario police, with the entity that's stalking by helicopter, 8KUS544. All right? It is a weighty crime, what is group stalking. It's very weighty. The entity is engaging in what is numbers. All right, the use of many, many people to engage in the criminal act together. And as with regard to the confronting what is a matter of, heavy public corruption in the state amongst any entity that's engaging in this criminal system, you are talking about what is necessary as a matter of justice, and no matter what numbers the government is relying on, that is the people of the state. You are not escaping justice at all. I'm talking every fire, every police department, every single last minion that I'm documenting by the thousands, and speaking to the ways in which you are able to prosecute and effectively prosecute and affect them with regard to the criminal conduct that they're engaging in on behalf of the government. All right, and that's with the criminal record. That's with denying access to, again, areas that they have no business in based on their condition and the criminal conduct. 6TQR941 7503 OL1, and the ways in which the entity engages in terrorizing another human being speaks to the very core of that person. What is all that is wrong with them? It's entirely abnormal. It is inhumane, in addition to being criminal. ELYOTAA. And this is what the entity engages in with impunity. Flying over Ontario Town Square right in front of my face by helicopter, and I'm referencing what is a history of the entity following me around, being everywhere I'm at, stealing my property, stalking by helicopter, the entity doing so while the entity is group stalking by the Ontario Police, the entity engaging in kidnapping and theft of property through that very Ontario Police Department, while the entity, the people of the state, are just repeatedly group stalking on an ongoing basis. The totality of that system is what I'm documenting as one person, first of all, and second of all, you're understanding what is the bigger picture with regard to the ways in which justice confronts this sort of system, this sort of demented criminal conduct. The people of the state reveal their obsession by presence, the maintenance of presence in that specific environment. These are obsessed stalkers in the same way the entity is obsessed, as you see it very vividly, while the state flies and stalks me by police officers and by helicopter. They're doing it on behalf of that same exact entity, obsessed. 8WLX717. And on one hand, obsessed, the other hand, 8YTM379, which is their condition, a psychopath, both obsessed and also hostile, okay? And that's what Satan is. That's a very, very unbalanced and dangerous actor, okay? And that's embodied through a government. 88NV057. Engaging in surveillance, group stalking in the parking lot, CCD 9492. Monitoring with the demon that crosses path as I document that is license plate 7BWP999. Alrighty, engaging in what is group stalking, you see their position. They're right behind me where I am seated at the bus stop, where the entity's fake sun is right above my head, where the entity is stalking right precisely in alignment with me with helicopter, where the entity is surrounding me on both sides, east and west, with police officers sounding sirens. That is group stalking with that Washington plate again. And that is, again, the Washington plate is license CCD 9492. That is the surveillance conduct. They're going to federal prison for that. Just want to be clear. The entity is engaging in what is group stalking through a people, terrorizing you, group stalking by helicopter, and you're sitting there engaging in surveillance with that government. You go to federal prison. 7MXF614. XF614. Okay. License plate BCKY215. And that's a psychopath that then enters and just strolls into the bathroom stalking you on behalf of that same government. In the same way that they're listening to everywhere, they're listening to everything that's going on as I pull my panties down. An audience, okay? Whatever's going on in that bathroom, what's going on as I open and close my legs, engage in private activity, an ongoing audience. You need to understand the level of a sexually offensive violation. And then they engage in what is their demonic behavioral pattern. They like to follow with audible activity as you engage in conduct, any movement, any activity on a communication device while in the bathroom. That's a sex offender. 8PAN248. You're a sex offender for engaging in surveillance in a bathroom in the first place. You're a sex offender for engaging in your demonic behavioral pattern while the target individual is in the bathroom. You're a sex offender for molesting with directed light. You're a sex offender while directed light is inside of the bathroom. You're a sex offender while directed light is around the bathroom, touching the venue around the bathroom. You're a sex offender while you're stalking with light activity in and around the space of the bathroom. You are engaging in what is entirely demented while this demonic system is underway. And group stalkers such as CCD 9492 is engaging in what is surveillance on behalf of that state, and she's going to federal prison with that government. She and he, because there's a male in the passenger seat. The employees at Metro T-Mobile, 7VUY897, federal prison. All right, they're group stalking while you're on the clock. You don't have any form. The entities engaging in all manner of terrorism, stalking with police and helicopters, keeping a fake sun over my head, a virtual scientific impossibility. While the target individual is aware of it, you're intentionally threatening, all right? And you're not working, you're stalking. Okay, 8GQM328, you're group stalking, 5GTN633, and you will go to federal prison while you're collecting your paycheck, however little bit of money that they get to work at that venue. It's not enough to pay for that prosecution. I know that. I know it's not worth that. 8RGK545, because that's exactly where they're going. And I did capture relevant positioning inside of Metro 102. But it's the same with Andy's Burgers. Understand, Andy's Burgers, this B&G Plaza, the entity places a light source over me early in the morning. That is not the sun. That is a communication of a threat. 7527. I can't really see that one. 8LDH321. 8YLV882, I believe. Let's see. 8YLW282. 6YLW980, 8BQV897. This one has been engaged in surveillance. I'll read his license plate again, 4XOY927. URB350. Like I stated, it's not just as of late where I've documented the fake sun over me at 7:51 in the morning at the same exact bus stop at the B&G Plaza. My documentation going back to 2021, 2020, 2019, where I have been here in the evening. I mean, I captured that this year as well, but been here in the evening, the fake sun setting as though that is the sun at the same exact B&G Plaza where I am present here at 7 in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, 7:50 in the morning. Let me be clear, no daylight savings time, no change in a year will ever establish that as the sun, ever, okay? License 1370395, bus 1324, stalking in the path with light activity. And the minion who I capture an image of, you can see the directed light that she's walking in. She gets on Omnitrans that is armed with surveillance cameras. Again, the license 1370395. She gets on at 5:35 p.m. License plate 9AFT618 62504C3 5YBR230. Omnitrans loitering in relevant position, stalking in the path of light activity. It is 5:36 p.m. 63816S2. KIKISLX. Seven UQW 958. It is currently 5:36 p.m. And it's not just Ontario Town Square, by the way. Relevant positioning includes Metro 102 apartments. There is no reconciling what I captured clearly on video. I believe this is March 13, 2022. Look at my documentation where the fake sun has the entity places a fake sun directly over my head as I'm standing at Metro 102 apartments after walking in and documenting license plates of that third-party facilitating venue. The fake sun's right above me. Directed light is on the ground. That same directed light that I showed you where this crackhead with tattoos on her face, and I'm showing you the directed light that doesn't go anywhere as you step in it. The light touches it, like it remains on you. This is no average light. This isn't light that disappears when you step in it. That light is all over the ground while the fake sun is over me at Metro 102 apartments. Remember that. Where the entity's placing it now over the Upland Public Library, where the entity's placing it now over the B&G Plaza, where the entity's keeping it over the Ontario Town Square in the evening, and then keeping it over the Upland Public Library. That's why it engages in stalking with helicopter 8UQL328 is going to federal prison for that. Because they're listening to the evidence that I've already accumulated. 6VUY721, 8UNH204, license 8TTD038, federal prison. That simple. That simple. And this one with the Washington plate, it's remaining engaging in surveillance while the entity is pacing back and forth, just like it's doing while I'm at the Ontario Museum, okay? All night long, and group stalking in plain sight, because this is exactly what these demons are doing while the entity is flying over the museum, which it's not flying over the museum now. It's flying over me, okay? Where I am at the B&G Plaza. In doing so while an entity is placing its light source again in what is that which is inexplicable, irreconcilable, and insurmountable. And while I remind you of that, the pattern of Satan is to engage in what is an attempt to not only distract, but it's prosecuted as what is terrorism, because you don't have any business group stalking. And that's what the police is doing. That's what this demon flying a helicopter is doing. And that's because you're scared and you are very fearful of what it is that I'm reminding. It's already published. Okay, you already lost. That's my point. 8NRA615, 8LWB011, but as I speak of it, okay, 8RUC151, like I said, you pay attention to what the entity does, pay attention to what I'm talking about while the entity does it. Okay, that is what is group stalking as well. That's also the sex offender. The entity likes to engage in stalking with audible activity while my legs are spread open, while I'm engaged in private activity, while you're engaged in surveilling me inside of a private space, my genitalia exposed, I'm engaged in private activity, I'm inside of a private space. That same knowledge remains underway inside of the private space. That's the sex offender that's stalking me by helicopter and stalking by 8RUB714 and 5GGF023. And CCD9492 and Delta Airlines. Alrighty, capturing that ongoing group stalking conduct. You got minions walking on the sidewalk, crossing path as I take pictures. The minions that are engaging in surveillance, they're going to federal prison. This Washington plate, Delta Airlines flies directly over my head, which is following the audible activity creation of the entity flying by helicopter. All right, and the fake sun remains here right over me. 4DTV 151. License 65986G3. And that's bus 1264 Omnitrans crossing path. Monitoring with Metro, Metro by T-Mobile. They're group stalking inside of the venue. You don't have anywhere to hide. You can't hide behind some work schedule. You're going to federal prison for that. And you have what is maintenance of presence on behalf of that government. The government's relying upon the group stalking conduct of the people of the state who are intentionally present while they are of that condition. They're demons that are at work. They're demons that are engaging in group stalking in parking lots. They're demons that are walking out of the property of Ontario Town Square, crossing path on the sidewalk. They're demons that are patrolling in and out of the parking lot, sitting in the drive-thru, sitting inside of Andy's Burgers, going in and out of Shiro's Liquor under what is a light source that is not possibly the sun and directed light that they're literally driving in. As I'm reminding you about what is that engineered light that the entity is stalking with. This is a fake sun that I've documented that's here well beyond 5:35 p.m. This is already evidence that exists. The entity is a stalker, and so you cannot get past the record. 8NTW200. There is no amount of daylight savings time. There is no amount of, it's been a year. Oh, no. That's never going to be the sun at the one property from 1 year to the next. It's setting at this address, but wait, it's present early in the morning, the same time of year the next year. That's understanding what is stalking with light. It's based on where I was at and what I was doing. You're following with a light source. It's not the sun. Because I'm at the B&G Plaza in the evening, that's where the fake sun is. If I'm at the B&G Plaza early in the morning, that's where the fake sun is. And that's capturing what is not possibly the sun, by the way. 6R02 682 ELYOTAA. License 6WEK799 8UVK713. And it's 5:42 p.m. 5RHR 342. It is 5:42 p.m. I'm going to show you what is this minion over here. Just want to show you what is pacing. This is a demon-possessed third-party group stalker monitoring with the state, just doing his rounds. He walks by me in engineered light. The entity shines its fake sun, which is over Hope Boulevard where I'm at. He walks by. He walks towards Shiro's Liquor. All he's doing is crossing the street and now walking on the opposite side of the street, monitoring with a communication device. He's got the white hoodie on, black bottoms, and orange shoes, and like long dread-like type of hair. He's entering third-party facilitating venue Ontario Town Square, monitoring with this demon who's manning the path, engaging in surveillance. CCD 9492 is a Washington plate. That's the maintenance of presence. This is what the entity is doing. Understand, in directed light, or while I'm at the Ontario Museum, and the entity is doing the exact same thing, stalking by police who engage in criminal summoning, stalking by helicopter, and the entity that wants to be near me where it is that I'm sleeping, and the same they want to be near me where it is that I'm using a restroom, okay? Stalking obsessively. 4JPM 430, and that condition is demon possession. 8VQD 949, 8VQB 864, 8RXZ, I can't really see that one, you express that one. 6LLS 990, 8428 4X2, 5400 8F1 28 I can't really see that one. 7TGR587. 7TTY676. 8SKF050. 6EGB079. But like I stated, March 13, 2022, you'll recall that documentation, the entity placing a fake sun directly over Metro 102 apartments. There's never, ever a chance for that to be the sun, ever. But let alone, let's just compare. When is that going to be some vantage point where anybody would observe the sun while it's remaining over the roof of the Upland Public Library, the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library, which is where I remained for a large portion of the last month and a half after I documented the fake sun over the Metro 102 apartments and directed light on the ground, that directed light that doesn't disappear as you walk through it. That engineered light, it's so powerful, it sits on top of you. It doesn't disappear when you walk through it like normal light does. That's that engineered light. That's demonic. Okay? That's what was touching all over the ground while Metro 102 was a venue where the entity engaged in criminal summoning on this same exact block where the entity kept the fake sun all day long. Okay? I remained at the Ontario Town Square. I walked from the Ontario Town Square to through the parking garage of the Metro 102. Fake sun right over the apartment, right over my head. Directed light, impossible light in the depths of that parking garage. Do you understand how that is the work of Satan? It has nothing to do with the placement of the fake sun. That's what I mean by those are two distinct methods of stalking with light. It is the work of Satan. Literally placing light around this abnormal light is demonic. Okay? So you're talking about witnessing demonic activity through the environment. Satan is present, not floating in the sky. Satan is present through what is this engineered light that's covering inside of the parking garage, all over the ground, and the fake sun is over my head. Not the sun ever. License. AC98M12 paper. And while the entity is engaging in that, it's continuously placing it and keeping it over the roof of the Upland Public Library. Continually placing it and keeping it over me while I am at the Chino Branch Library in the city of Chino, California. At one point, there is no point where it's at the same time over both. There's no vantage point where it's going to be visible from somebody in Ontario and then also under the roof of the Upland Public Library. It looks like it's over the roof, and also you can observe it over the edge of the Metro 102 apartments at the same. No, it's not. It's directly over the roof. There's no mistake about that. And you also see that in my videos. There's no misperception of depth. That light source is hovering, and it's hovering right over me, and it's also demonstrated through the light activity that the entity is surrounding me with. Though it's not sunlight, it's directed light, you are going to prosecute based on what is the concentrated presence of light speaking to what is a light source that is hovering over the entity, is stalking with light. Okay? I want to be clear, the entity engaging in what is this ongoing lingering presence, this is a communication, an unlawful threat by this demon engaging in surveillance, these demons, CCD 9492 is maintaining presence. This is the state that is using these third parties who are monitoring on behalf. This is an absolutely unlawful threat, and I want to be clear, it's 5:47 p.m. while they are persisting on engaging in what is surveillance by state. That's directly relevant when I prosecute them, and they're subject to federal prison. This is what the government relies on. The government relies on their complicity. You are group stalking in the path. That is the pattern of conduct that is underway. You do not have a legal argument. The government is stalking as it routinely is by police and helicopter in an environment, a very specific one, a scientific impossibility that will be the natural environment. You are engaged in the P.O.C. And the government relies on, and this is how you're breaking that down, third parties such as CCD 9492 shall go and belong in federal prison. The government is using third parties just like this who surround. And this is not only that, this is a demon. And not only will you prosecute and place in federal prison, you will also neutralize any threats that she poses to those who are in her life or in their lives. You're talking about any children. You're talking about any those that are of the vulnerable population. Regardless of the fact you're talking about demon possession, I'm not talking about that. You're going to treat these criminals who are the threat that they demonstrate themselves to be. Federal group stalking and monitoring is speaking to a very a disturbed entity, okay? A very disturbed and unbalanced entity that's engaging in what is the highest level of malice. And then you are also witnessing, as it's exposed, that criminal conduct that they are determined to engage in, and all the ways in which the entity seeks to avoid what it's not going to avoid, which is prosecution and being held accountable and being exposed as the demons that you are. CCD 9492 is engaging in what is ongoing surveillance while listening to every word that I'm documenting based on what is monitoring conduct, doing so on behalf of the people, all right? Maintaining presence right behind me and doing so for a prolonged period while the government is monitoring with her, flying around in circles, 8WPZ 345 included, flying around in circles over the property in relevant position, group stalking. That's what this third party is engaging in, and doing so with impunity. That's directly relevant when I prosecute them, all right? A license 8BXG, I can't really see that license plate, but it's the same for Shiro's Liquor. You're not operating in business, you're group stalking. All right, that minion that is also not even from this country, you deport them out of this country. But I suggest time in federal prison. All right, and deportation. 5A U.S. 301, 8A MJ 497, R Han YAQIU, 6JFN 050. And this is just the reality and all the ways in which you're understanding what is group stalking, and then how it's embedded into what they are doing on an ongoing basis. Because the entity follows with an entire environment, and these demons maintain an environment. So you're talking about what is literally identifying those that are on the clock at Andy's Burgers inside of Metro T-Mobile, at Center Ice Arena, those that are at J and A Flooring, those that are at T-Mobile, at the Azolos Birriera, the restaurant, the Honduran restaurant, the entity maintaining presence through what is the Verizon, the Bally Spa, the Ovid Family Community Library, the 280 North Lemon Apartments where the people of the state reside, the entity maintaining presence through the venues that are the Mestiza Cafe. All of this is in relevant position. That is expansive group stalking conduct, and the government is doing the same exact thing that this minion is doing with this Washington license plate while they're sitting inside of their businesses. Let me be clear, it's not different. But what I'm stating is, you will go to federal prison. The government shall in no way will it be tolerated for you to threaten an American citizen in their face. You're going to sit there and engage in surveillance in somebody's face. You are engaging in what is an absolutely unlawful threat, and you will go to federal prison for that. And the same way that they exercise and demonstrate impunity, you're going to that's directly relevant to how long they sit in a federal prison. The government is relying on that. That's exactly what this system is. Okay? License 8XXA714, 7AEE569, 8EAD948, 7XSJ214, 7ZQR114, 7FBU488, 8VIJ240, 8KLK541. Yep, 8PUR716, documented that many and many occasions. And it's 5:51 p.m. 8ZCW547. 5LJK909. 8TFS767. 6EMH582. 6YNU013. 8ZQS163. License 8YLW282. Eight JPW751. 7SFW417, 7HBT617, 5XXT171, AZ14H36 paper, 6YFK340, 7ZQP147, 8SZC889, 9AUL025, 8EYW664, 8WWT294, 8XXF, 8YXF739, excuse me, 8TGJ419, 8BDT049, 5:53 p.m. That's amplified audible activity and directed light. 7RW. I can't really see that one. Let me scroll down. 03079L3. Monitoring with, again, as the people of the state, that is Union Pacific, the guise under which train activity is created in the environment. It's nothing other than demonic activity, okay? It's amplified, speaking to what is the ongoing facilitation while these demons are patrolling it via traffic. License plates 5JXL278. 6XLW900. Let's see. 8TTJ468. 6FME599. 87233L1. 8J. I can't really see that one. You special. 9AIJ771, I believe. 6MYK784. 7NKD615. 8YIL571. 8U. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. Ontario Police Group stalking at Metro 102 Apartments. Doing so at what is 5:56 p.m. Alrighty, want to document what is 7LWL668, the video that I captured of the Ontario Police engaging in group stalking, doing so under the fake sun, 9AUG064. That same fake sun, that same Ontario Police Department documented early in the morning group stalking at the same exact location. And that is not only direct evidence of their demon possession, that's their direct evidence of their grounds of federal prison. That's an impermissible threat while they're monitoring documentation. It's an impermissible threat while you are a demon in the position of law enforcement and you're stalking at that. And it's also an impermissible threat with regard to, I mean, that's my language that I'm applying to what is existing federal law, where you are engaging in interstate stalking in a method that is intending to intimidate, harass, and or injure. And the Ontario Police Department are doing that and more. They're engaging in what is terrorizing while they are of that position, engaging in what is criminal, and which is also interstate stalking, and doing so as I'm showing that specific environment as I capture that. This video at 5:56 p.m. continues until 6 p.m. My documentation is I'm standing outside of the standing at the in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, for example. That's just one example, where I remain in the city of Fontana. I'm standing on the second floor inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. I am remaining inside of the Chino Branch Library, and I step out and show you what's the light source that's not occurring at the same time, aiming light into the, here, Shiro's Liquor, and also throughout the Fontana Lewis Library on the second floor, and also sunlight that's not going to occur where you're driving on Sierra Avenue and light is flashing above my head inside of that Fontana Lewis Library. Okay, also speaking to Stalking with Light, and the entity is today keeping it over the B&G Plaza. This is the same B&G Plaza where I am early in the morning, where the Ontario Police are group stalking with the state. You also have the hallmark of this is exactly where the entity is group stalking by helicopter. This is where the entity is group stalking by the demon-possessed agency, the Ontario Police, who are using their sirens on both sides of me while they listen to me reveal, actually remind, because I've already revealed it, it's already published, just reminding you about what is the evidence that already exists and speaks to what is, like I said it is, you're going to federal prison. And this is the entity that is engaging in that conduct at this location in this specific environment, and that's what I captured at 5:56. That's the Ontario Police Department engaging in criminal conduct with the entity. So it is currently 6:02 p.m. where this fake sun remains. And the third party that you see with the minor child, she's monitoring with this minor child. This is a little Minionite, monitoring. The people of the state routinely engage in the pattern of conduct. That's just handing your communication device to their little child who's creating activity while they're walking around, skipping around, yelling, whatever it is that they're doing. It's activity creation, and they're monitoring with the communication device. And you can get on, all they're doing is using their communication device in the environment. That's how they engage in the P.O.C. 8VBE392, 8RWN242, 8HQU9. 1963. These are demons that are pacing by me. This is repeatedly crossing path while they are under what is the fake sun that's shining at 6:03 p.m. at the B&G Plaza where I stand. You can see the trajectory of the light. It's aiming into the doorway, onto the floors inside of the S.I.I.S liquor. That's impossible light activity while the entity is keeping the fake sun over me in Upland, California upon my exit of the Upland Public Library, and in alignment with me while I'm showing you where I'm at 6:13 p.m. where the fake sun is literally over in alignment with me, aiming light into the 7-Eleven, an entirely different trajectory, not occurring at the same time, and that is that which is occurring. It's 6:04 p.m., so that's not going to happen in 6 minutes. The light source is and has remained right here where I'm at the B&G Plaza, where the entity is stalking, including the Ontario Police Department. 23324X2. S.I.I.S liquor, that identification, that presence of that directed light is speaking to what is a facilitating venue. And that's why that directed light is there. The people of the state are pacing in and out of that venue. They are monitoring in relevant position on surveillance cameras. This is what is the group stalking system that's underway, and that's why that directed light covers the grounds. They are in an absolutely abnormal and unnatural environment, engaging in the group stalking system and doing so with police. 8XAF 631, 8AQZ, I can't really see the rest of them. License 6TDR 305. 7PAF 842, 8GWN 846, BN 62F33, I believe, paper, 8WPE 340, 8ZXB 921, 7DQA 130, 7NOW 156, 7TAP 448, 6HUB 906, 7EXD 196, that is the minion that you see on video. She's pacing back and forth with her minor child, group stalking by engaging in surveillance at the bus stop. This is the one that I captured on video. It is currently 6:05 p.m. She's also monitoring, including a minor child in that criminal conduct with the police, as I captured on video. It is 6:05 p.m. This is the same intersection, by the way, where I'm capturing Chino Valley Fire Department at 8:43 in the morning yesterday. The fake sun is right over me on the same exact street where the light source. I'm facing what is the direction east right now. I'm sitting at the bus stop on the same Holt Boulevard where I was. The intersection is Euclid and Holt at 8:43 in the morning, where the fake sun is over me while I am standing next to what is the T-Mobile at 100 East Euclid Avenue, Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California. This is the same street where the Euclid right here, the T-Mobile is right here to my left side, which would be west of Plum. It's the same exact street where the fake sun is. This is what I'm speaking to, which is capturing absolutely impossible, and that's speaking to what is the same street. It's also not occurring while you're keeping this fake sun over me while I remain in Upland, and I've yet to come to this direction, which is southbound on Route 83, where I arrive at around 7 p.m. All right, and the entity is moving that fake sun in real time while I'm on the bus, which I also document. And let alone while I'm in Fontana, while I'm in Chino, where I'm in Rancho Cucamonga, okay? And those are just some of the examples. So like I said, this is speaking to what is the P.O.C, license 1302446, bus 1361, crossing path with light activity at 6:07 p.m. under the fake sun that remains stationary on the same street where, again, Chino Valley is group stalking. And it looks like actually a police officer that's driving that fire truck, if you don't pay attention to my documentation. This is driving a Chino Valley Fire Department vehicle. It nonetheless is group stalking, but appears to be the uniform of a law enforcement officer driving a fire truck. But nonetheless, capturing what is the group stalking conduct. The fake sun is right over my head. That's 8:43 a.m. Again, another image of what is not possibly the sun ever. These are demons, 8BAF 551, and those demons include the Ontario Police Department, and they are going to federal prison for engaging in what is stalking while of that condition. It's a crime to be a demon and engage in stalking someone. It's a crime to engage in what is facilitating the stalking conduct by a people and by a government. It is a crime worthy of federal prison where you are of that condition engaging in what is interstate stalking, whether you're doing it via group stalking or whether you're doing it as just a police agency, because that's what they're doing. They're engaged in surveillance. But it is even beyond the Ontario Police Department. This is state surveillance.
Okay, the Ontario Police Department are puppets of Satan. Satan is engaging in surveillance in the state of California, and it's a government system. 8CDY001, license plate 6WFB523. And that is all occurring under the same block. So I just want to remind you where I'm at. This is the same exact street where I get up in the morning and I go to the B&G Plaza to get on Route 61, or I go to Euclid and Holt to get on Route 83. This is the same exact block. 6 p.m. That is not the sun. That's a fake sun. So, this is years of what is corroborating documentation to that end. So, that is what is, again, that's that with regard to the evidence and the ongoing ceaseless obsessive stalking, complete with what is stalking by police, stalking by helicopter, stalking by airplanes. The people of the state engaging in surveillance on behalf of that government. Yes, that is the evidence that shall send the people of the state, of any state, as I'm documenting what I'm showing and how the criminal conduct, how you're analyzing that threat, that is the grounds of federal prison. And let me be clear, any police officer, any government actor would be subject to federal prison engaging in this conduct, which is in violation of the law. The entity is engaging in group stalking, okay? And so you're talking about what is the conduct, what's the threat posed by an entity, 4SED882. And that's even more of a terrorizing threat, by the way. And it is the grounds of federal prison. You're not going to treat the people of the state different. You're going to actually be even more severe with what is necessary federal policy in order to bind what is a beast. And this is Satan itself, using a people and a government. All right, and Satan is present unmistakably through the environment that they remain present in, which is the system of group stalking. It's 6:10 p.m. License 94156H3. And by the way, if you're not familiar with what I'm referencing with regard to Chino Fire, the Chino Fire Department vehicle, group stalking in Ontario, at the T-Mobile, that's the address, that's the nearest venue where I'm at the intersection of Holt and Euclid yesterday at 8:43 in the morning, where I'm standing at this is the same street at 6 p.m. This is published on my website. It's available on the Google Drive, but you are able to access the Google Drive through my website, which is thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com, and I publish that image on my website with the timestamp and reminding you again what is speaking to that ongoing demonic activity and the demonic environment that the Chino Valley Fire Department are present in and are engaging in what is group stalking, and they're surrounded with that evidence because it's not the sun that is remaining over me while I'm in an entirely different city, which is, I captured also video documentation right next to that image with the timestamp showing the fake sun over me, which is impossible to be the sun, as I'm reminding you of my place in an entirely distinct different location where you have the maintenance of a zenith, this light source in its zenith over my head at the same time. That's impossible to be the case. And that placement was in Fontana, California. At the same time at 8:43 in the morning. That's impossible. Okay, I've gotten on the bus. I've traveled on the bus. I show you the fake sun that remains over me while I'm on the bus, and yet while I remain at Holt Boulevard in Ontario, not getting on any bus, not going anywhere, the fake sun remains stationary in Ontario over my head. And this is the same block where it remains stationary over my head at this same block where Chino Valley Fire was group stalking at 8:43 in the morning. Okay, that's where the Ontario police are group stalking. And that is the ongoing evidence of their group stalking activity. 7UUG726 and their unworthiness, their absolute unfit status to be in the positions that they're in, the threat that they pose to the public, the criminals that they are with the people of the state, including 5WCA 637. It's despicable, all right? It's literally nauseating. 8DYM 412. And this is, again, these are puppets of Satan. This is the criminal conduct that Satan is engaging in, and it is no longer covert. It's no longer inconspicuous. It's no longer concealed whatsoever. And while the entity engages in, you're analyzing everything the entity does. And so, like I said, everything the entity is doing, while it is revealed what you're doing, while you're being documented, that's going toward also your prosecution. You'll go to federal prison for that. All right, it's not a secret what Satan is doing anymore, and so while you continue to do it, while you're being documented, that's relevant to the ways in which you're going to be prosecuted, which is what the entity is doing continuously. All right, license 8HVV166. DAC 653, and it is 6:13 p.m. 8TBG 173. Five FQW 325. amplified audible activity? Under the fake sun, that's Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is a group stalker, a violent sex offender, and is engaging in what is demonic. That's a demon flying that commercial airline plane to abide by this demonic pattern of conduct. It's speaking to the condition in Southwest Airlines to be prosecuted for what is that criminal pattern of conduct that they're facilitating, that they are using commercial airline planes, which is terrorism, and also civil liability. You will drain the pockets of such companies facilitating the government's pattern of conduct. The government's relying on it. All right. And so those are the ways in which you are literally breaking that system apart and revealing what an entity is doing to a people. 7CTL 392 is monitoring with those minions that are using a plane to cross path under engineered light that I'm being molested by. Okay. This is what the entity is doing by helicopter. Okay, so like I said, it's not separate from what the entity is doing, stalking me by helicopter. What am I doing right now? I'm breaking down to you what these demons are doing on an ongoing basis with that government that is obsessively stalking by helicopter, obsessively stalking by police. And their condition is the same. They're demons. It's a demonic system. It is criminal in violation of federal law. This is criminal monitoring. But I want to be clear, this is criminal monitoring that is of the demonic. And as I've shown, the entity is stalking, obsessively stalking by helicopter. It's obsessively stalking by Southwest Airlines. It's obsessively stalking via the people of the state in a specific environment that remains around me. And that's why I'm able to capture at 6:13 p.m. what is an impossible occurrence at the same time. That's not the sun that is in a position whereby it's at the same time aiming light onto me, molesting my person while I'm at the bus stop, aiming light into the depths of S.I.I.S liquor, for example, and also remaining over in perfect alignment with the 7-Eleven after I've exited the Upland Public Library. I'm in the city of Upland. I have not gone on any bus come to the intersection of Euclid and Holt such that the light source is in alignment with what is Holt Boulevard for light to be aiming into the S.I.I.S liquor, which in and of itself is an impossibility because the fake sun is over the S.I.I.S liquor at 7:50 in the morning. The actual sun is not going to be on the same block, if you will, in alignment with the same location, the same address, 9 to 10 hours later, which is the pattern as I'm showing you. I'm documenting the fake sun over the Fontana Lewis Library in the morning until in the evening and aiming light into that Fontana Lewis Library. Okay? The same thing with the Chino Branch Library. The same thing with any bus stop where I'm at. I'm present in the morning, and if I'm there in the evening, guess where the light source is? That's how you're identifying what's not the sun. It's an impossibility. All right, and that's exactly what I'm capturing on video while the entity is molesting with light. You're looking at demons that are sitting at the bus stop, group stalking with children, group stalking while they're feeding their face with food. They're maintaining presence. Satan doesn't have to look at you. Satan is stalking you by maintaining presence in the environment. That's the P.O.C. Maintaining presence via traffic. Maintaining presence wherever it is that you live. All right, your apartment building's covered with directed light under what is the fake, where the entity is flying over where it is that you live and the target individual is present by helicopter. Okay, the entity engaging in what is group stalking and sounding amplified audible activity, where you are provided with the ongoing facilitating environment and conduct whereby you are monitoring seamlessly where you live, where you work, where you're just maintaining presence, doing your part, crossing path, doing so with the state that is stalking obsessively by helicopter. And that's what I captured at 6:13 p.m. This is speaking to the documentation that is documented at the 7-Eleven at 6:13 p.m. But that's not the only place. The entity is keeping a fake sun at the Fontana Police Department at 6:10 p.m. My video at 6:10 p.m. at the Fontana Police Department goes into what is 6:13 p.m. It's the same time. It's mutually exclusive. The sun is not remaining over my head in Fontana, where it's present over me in the morning, by the way. So you are east of the city of Ontario, well east beyond the city of Chino, and you remain over me in Fontana. You're not migrating, going somewhere in Ontario. And even where you want to make that implausible argument, you're talking about what is speaking to what is very precise and the maintenance of a perfect line in perfect alignment with me while I remain in Fontana. And the entity is also maintaining what is light inside of the venue where I'm at, where it's supposedly moving in some direction west. No, it's not. It's remaining right there, aiming light into the same exact location. And even while on public transportation, Omnitrans group stalking at the perfect time, the entity is filling the buses that I'm on with directed light, keeping that fake sun morning and evening on the same exact route. How would the sun be visible through the window while it's at Euclid and Holt already, aiming light into S.I.I.S liquor while I'm coming from Upland, California, still have yet to get on that bus yet, and the entity is keeping the fake sun through the window of the bus where at a later time, you're talking about after 6:50 p.m., the fake sun is remaining through the window of the bus where I'm getting on at 9th Street in Euclid, in Upland.
That's where the fake sun is visible, and I'm capturing video and images of that light source that is not at the intersection of B&G Plaza, the intersection of Euclid Avenue and Holt. And I'm in between what is Sultana and Plum. All right, so the intersection where Route 83, where I'm getting off in the evening, and the fake sun is right there at the intersection as I arrive there. It's not already present and the bus is driving toward what is the sunset at that intersection. No, it's right here remaining stationary, and it is not in alignment with what is 7-Eleven at 6:13 p.m. It's certainly not in alignment with me while I'm standing at the property of the Fontana Police Department. It is definitely not in alignment with me while I'm inside of the Chino Branch Library, and I'm looking at the light source as I am facing the windows inside of that branch library, and then walking outside to show that light source. And the entity is aiming light into the depths of that Chino Branch Library. All of that is mutually exclusive. This is revealing, again, the work of Satan. Satan is present through the environment. You're looking at what is directed light that covers the ground. And this is what is systematic group stalking, obsessed demons who are stalking in that environment while they're witnessing their own prosecution and their own exposure. Okay, that's what they're doing while they're repeatedly crossing paths. And doing so using Southwest airline planes. License plate, 8UVP 458, that's Hilti, Hilti, that's a commercial vehicle group stalking. And it's 6:26 p.m. So that's the significance of what I captured on video. And as I referenced, February 5th, 2022, because I came to document video early in the morning on February 5th, and I'm standing on Plum in between Ontario Town Square Townhomes and Metro 102 Apartments. Take a look at that documentation. It's within the 8 o'clock, it's right before 9 o'clock. All right, I believe it's like 8:52, 8:53 in the morning. And the light source is right over me while I'm at this apartment. The fake sun is over the same Metro 102 Apartments. It's in a position where it is facing me. So while I'm standing in between Metro 102 and Ontario Town Square Townhomes, the fake sun is facing the direction over the Ontario Town Square Townhome Apartments. At this video where I'm capturing right now at 6:13 p.m., the fake sun is right over the Holt Boulevard, the street. It is right beside the Metro 102 Apartments. That's exactly where it's at. That's impossible. All right, you're talking about what is capturing. All you're doing, and when you're surrounding an entity with evidence of what is stalking with the environment, it stands out like a sore thumb because there's so much documentation and showing what is an ongoing impossibility, an unmistakable impossibility. So you're talking about what is at the beginning of the day, at the end of the day, during daylight savings time or not during daylight savings time, captured during 2021 or during 2022. There is no time where the sun is going to be present at the beginning of the day at one address and at the end of the day, the same address. And that's exactly what it is while it's on one side of Metro 102 Apartments as I'm standing there, and right here at 6:13 p.m., it's on another side of the same exact apartment complex. That's speaking to what is demonic. All right, license 8NYX238, and that's exactly that's just one illustration of capturing that. February 5th, 2022, early in the morning, and that's before I got on the bus and went to Upland, California. And today, while I'm remaining on Holt Boulevard in Ontario, and what remains, that which is not possibly the sun. 9AJZ982. And that is the entity that is group stalking by Southwest Airlines, by the Ontario Police Department, by the people of the state who I'm reciting by license plate, including Omnitrans. You're not operating a business. You're not on the clock at Metro T-Mobile or flipping burgers inside of Andy's Burgers or merely selling liquor at the Shiro's liquor store. You're group stalking. That's why directed light is inside of your venue. That's why the fake sun is present. It is serving for what is the systematic maintenance of presence on behalf of the government that's operating a satanic targeting system they're monitoring with communication devices. 7NXM, I can't really see that. You can scratch that one. 5WGW921, 8SHH430, 8SHH430. 7EYU 722, 7EYU 772. License JABBA 8MOE 755. What you'll also pay attention to with the placement of this light source, pay attention to March 13, 2022, where I'm standing on the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street where I'm standing now. And I'm standing in front of the same San Bernardino County building at 150 East Holt Boulevard. The fake sun is right over my head on Holt Boulevard at 3:55 p.m. Where I stand right here at 6:13 p.m. and where I'm capturing the video of Ontario Police Group stalking at 5:56 p.m. The fake sun is at the same street, same location. Okay, the entity is engaging what is on the same exact street where I'm present yesterday at 8:43 in the morning. Another example of what is absolutely impossible, capturing the demonic. right? That's just another example. I have a wealth of documentation of revealing what is capturing absolutely impossible presence of a light source. And you're understanding what has nothing to do with the natural environment. You're talking about what has nothing to do with climate change. 43316F1. Satan is in real-time control of the environment. Satan is stalking through an environment. The people of the state are demon-possessed, stalking in that environment. License 6CKJ108. And it is currently 6:30 p.m. where the entity is group stalking by Southwest Airlines, patrolling over the same exact parking lot, the B&G Plaza, where the entity is keeping a fake sun over me at the B&G Plaza. License plate 8HEW204 03842B1 6NBV472 8ZMK699 6HYY358 AC35N53, I believe, paper. 6AKS666. That's audible activity. That's an old white minion. 8Y15191. License 7L26413 25032P1. License 7PPA126 5HVC313. It is 6:31 p.m. $8XDT259. $7DGM742. $7YGL369. 7ZTP860. 6UDS473. 8PFE813, I believe. Can't really see that one. American Medical responds group stalking. They're crossing path on Euclid Avenue. 6:32 p.m. They're driving south on Euclid Avenue. That's on traffic cameras as well. License 7GFM926 2WQW845 5CRT299 4FEG849 7XZH264 7CQD584 8JHR368 8EBK742. RFC290. All right, what you are paying attention to, also the bigger picture with regard to what is understanding the molestation by an entity engaged in federal stalking. 4LBS078, which is the sexually violent pattern of conduct the entity wants to touch. It is necessarily touching because it's placing you under surveillance in this engineered light with regard to what is placing you under surveillance and monitoring. And this engineered light is present with these communication devices. This is what these demons do. 6SUV165, it bears a direct impact on the operation of the internet and while they're stalking with noise, and the engineered light is always present. When you're looking at the inside of the Upland Public Library and where the entity is keeping the fake sun during the 5 o'clock hour, the entity is keeping the fake sun over the Upland Public Library, aiming light inside of that venue. And you're understanding what is not sunlight. It has nothing to do with sunlight at all. Because first of all, the sun's not going to be present over a single address from
9 o'clock in the morning. I documented 9:08 in the morning. I even documented before that, but we'll just say 9:08 in the morning. We'll even say 10 o'clock, my time of interest. Let's just say 10 o'clock because I documented earlier before 10. 10 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm documenting the fake sun remains there at 5:02 p.m. The entity is keeping light inside as though the sun is over the roof, aiming light, because remember, the entity, the Upland Public Library has windows through the roof. So this is supposed to be sunlight because the sun is necessarily over the roof in order for sunlight to appear on the inside of the building. All right, with the imprint of the windows. Okay. Like I said, that is not the sun. That's not sunlight, because that's not the sun that's going to be present for that duration of time. You're understanding what it's stalking with light. You're also understanding what it's stalking with light when I'm outside away from a venue, for example. And the entity is engaging in aiming a fake sun over me while I'm standing in between the Ontario Town Square. I'm looking at the Metro 1 and 2 apartments where I've documented my presence early in the morning, gotten on bus, gone far from this location, gone to Pomona, California, came back, gone to Chino, California, remained there. I'm still there. I'm there after 7 p.m. on 7th Street documenting the Chino Police Department, by the way. But you have the entity aiming light inside of the S.I.I.S liquor as though that's the sun, and that trajectory of that light going right into the door on the floors inside of S.I.I.S liquor, that doesn't coexist with when you're keeping the light source in Chino, California, and aiming it into the windows horizontally, which then is just appearing on the floor inside of the, I mean, it's absolutely asinine. It's absolutely asinine, excuse me. It is asininity, though. The entity is aiming directed light inside of the Upland Public Library, and you're going to remember that light activity, but then when I'm outside of the building, during the same time when the entity is aiming light inside of the venue, you're understanding what is not sunlight. The entity keeps the fake sun over me. The entity surrounds with what is directed light. So while I am present in what is Ontario, and at during the 4 o'clock hour, and the entity is keeping a fake sun directly over my head, whereas while I'm inside of the Upland Public Library, the entity is keeping the fake sun over the Upland Public Library, and the two are not occurring at the same time. What's occurring over the roof? So for sunlight to be occurring through the roof, touching the floor on the inside, touching the walls and the floor, you're talking about what is suggesting that the sun is over the roof. Okay, it is not over the roof. It's not anywhere near the roof. There is no sunlight that's going to appear through the roof onto the floor, onto any wall, while it's over me on Hope Boulevard in Ontario, California. Period. And that's just that. This is common sense, and it's very vivid with regard to a venue like Upland Public Library, because this is what the entity relies on. The entity is aiming light through whatever crevice, whatever hole it can get itself in, just like a stalker, anywhere it can fit in. All right, but it doesn't fit in. It doesn't fit in with science. It doesn't fit in with common sense. It does not fit in with the ways in which nature operates. You're talking about duration of time, not the sun, understanding what's not the sun, and then also it's mutual different locations. Today I'm in Ontario, so the question is, what is that light that you're looking at inside of the venue on the floor, all over the walls? And I'm telling you, it's not sunlight, which you also witnessed, because I've shown you what is multiple shadows as I step into that light. I've shown you what is the shadow of the staircase that's appearing through the light that's supposedly coming through the window. It's in the shape of the window, but it's got the shadow of the staircase through that light. That's engineered light. That's not sunlight at all. That's absolutely like mutated light, literally. And that's the detail that you're paying attention to. That has nothing to do with sunlight. And that's what you're understanding what is in no way even relying upon the placement of the light source. The entity is always stalking with the fake sun over me. Always. The placement of the light inside of the venue has nothing to do with the placement of the light source. I've also shown you that's not the sun. All right, but let me be clear. This fake sun being over the roof has nothing to do with what is the light that fills the inside all over the walls and all over the floor inside of the Upland Public Library. You are witnessing the presence of Satan. Satan is not present hovering over the sky space wearing red horns and a tail. Satan is present through the environment, and I'm breaking down that environment for you. You're understanding that's not even sunlight. Let me step into it for you. It creates multiple shadows. It's light that doesn't disappear when you step into the trajectory, what direction it's coming from. It doesn't create a shadow. It sits on top of me. That's not normal light. That's engineered light that fills that venue. And there are a bunch of demons that are engaging in surveillance as I'm reading their license plates. They're engaging in surveillance sitting in the library all day, working in the library. AS522, handicap, 8TFX 342. They're engaging in surveillance and engineered light. And so that's what you're understanding with regard to what I am documenting. It's not just the presence of light. Understand, it's the presence of engineered light. This is criminal surveillance that's underway. That's why I'm taking pictures of it. It's absolutely impossible. It's absolutely impossible while the entity is keeping a fake sun at the same time over the Fontana Lewis Library. No, it's not over the roof of the Upland Public Library. Duh.
It's not next to the building of the Upland Public Library. It's not on the same street as the Upland Public Library. It's over the roof of the Upland Public Library. It is not at the same time it's over the roof of Fontana Lewis Library. It's remaining over the venue where I am located. That's what I'm showing you the entity is doing with the fake sun. What's another illustration that I made this? Another illustration of this that I provided. Well, I am at United Steelworkers Local 7600 in Fontana at Orangeway in Nuevo. And while I'm inside of the Fontana Lewis Library at the same time. And so what I did was I captured video while I'm inside of that venue. That fake sun is right there hovering over, creating light inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, as though that sun that's over the roof, creating the imprint of the buildings on the inside on the wall. All right, that's where you see that light source. That's where you see that light on the inside of the entrance. So what I do is days later is at the same exact time, I don't enter the Fontana Lewis Library. I stand blocks away where you can see the Fontana Lewis Library. And that light source is not over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library. It's right there over me at United Steelworkers Local 7600. And if that was the sun that was over the actual sun over me as I stood at that intersection of Nuevo and Sierra at 10:09 and 10:11 a.m., those are the times where it's the same exact time, two different venues, maintenance of presence in two different locations, not the sun. All right, if that was the sun that was remaining over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library at that time, then it wouldn't have been over my head directly in its zenith and not over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library. I gave you that example. The same thing I did in Upland, California. I arrive at the Upland Public Library on April 17, 2022 at around 4:17 p.m. The light source is remaining over me as I documented on Route 66, as I documented walking from venue to venue, showing the fake sun over me. It's not over the Upland Public Library. I arrive after the 4 o'clock hour, and the light source is directly above my head and not over the roof of the Upland Public Library. It's over the library as I enter the library. It moves over me as I move. It's not occurring at the same time. So what I did was days later, while I'm inside of the Upland Public Library, I captured video at the same exact time. And the fake sun is where it was as I entered in the morning. An impossibility. Because if the sun is remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library, it's not remaining over me while I'm on public transportation coming from Ontario going in an entirely different route, not Route 61. I get on Route 83 and I go to Upland and I'm there in the morning and the light source is there in the morning. And as I did at that same time, 4:17 p.m., while the fake sun remained over the roof and I captured it and it's right over the roof. That's not the sun that's remaining over me while I'm not even at the Upland Public Library. I'm coming from Fontana, coming on a different route, Route 66. And I'm arriving after 4 p.m. and the light source is over my head across the street. You can see the property. There's no sun over that roof. All right, you're understanding what is engineered light. The entity is stalking with light. That is the presence of Satan. The presence of Satan also through people who have Satan's spirit on them. This is referred to as demon possession. And it includes police departments. It includes fire departments. There is no exception. There are demons that are stalking in airplanes. This is obsessive stalking by a demon-possessed entity. And it is referred to as what is federal group stalking and monitoring. All right, and so I'm breaking down that environment. And so you have the entity engaging in this conduct. That's not sunlight that's inside of the Upland Public Library. And you understand that because the fake sun is over me. That engineered light, which is not relying upon the presence of that fake sun, by the way, is speaking to what is not sunlight. It's the ongoing presence of that light for purposes of monitoring. G7320, I believe. And it's currently 6:43 p.m. where you hear Omnitrans group stalking. License 1399979, bus 1264. It's 6:43 p.m. 7LEW659. That's just breaking down what the entity is doing, what the entity is doing in the environment. This is what the entity is constantly doing. This is how you're understanding what's a sex offender. You're engaging in surveillance while the target individual is in the bathroom. You're a demon strolling in the bathroom while you're monitoring the fact that it's being revealed that you're a sex offender. That's a sex offender that hears the fact, oh, she's telling. Let me go in there and stalk some more. That's what the sex offender does, okay? 5UOP649. Let me go get closer and stalk even more. Let me terrorize even more and sexually offend even more while she's documenting the fact that I am a sex offender. That's what the entity does. 8JUY999. That's what I'm documenting. Okay? That's exactly the conduct that the entity is engaging in. The directed light is present And it is revealing what are demons who surround, demons who have no place in a public restroom. They are violating your privacy. They are sex offenders inherently, because Satan is aware of what Satan is using people. And Satan is, understand this in your mind. This is entirely creepy while a demon-possessed person is standing outside of the bathroom stall or in the bathroom stall next to you or walking in and out of the bathroom, and they know exactly what you're doing while you're silent, you're not talking, you're pulling your panties down, which you cannot audibly hear. I mean, unless you have some loud, but ordinarily you can't hear that act of pulling your panties down. But Satan is aware of what you're doing. That is entirely terrorizing while that sort of sex offender is entering in the bathroom and doing pursuant to ongoing knowledge that they maintain. That's what the demon-possessed engage in. All right, that's entirely terrorizing conduct. That's a sexual violation that is never before contemplated under federal law. And it is that which is a matter of objective evidence. The P.O.C. is underway. Directed light is present. That directed light is engineered light. Light that sits on your body, that doesn't disappear when you step into, that's engineered light. That's the evidence of demon possession. Demon possession is no longer any mystery. It's no longer some concealed status. It is that which is a matter of objective evidence, and it's directly relevant to prosecuting a sex offender who's in a bathroom on behalf of the state. Okay, 6:45 p.m. This is P.O.C. License 96369U2. That's Union Pacific. License HNNF29. Excuse me. That's not the license plate of Union Pacific. That's the amplified sound of Union Pacific and engineered light. It's demonic activity. 9AUT322. In the same way that this train activity is used to follow me, everything, literally even my breathing pattern, that's exactly what this entity is doing now. And it's entirely pathetic. Going through but this is, understand the goal, to show how pathetic and how inferior Satan is. And though minions of Satan, they're inferior. That's why they're stalking. They have a whole group stalking system that is no longer any sort of covert operation whatsoever. And not only that, not only am I exposing you, I'm going to prosecute you for it. Under what is the ways in which the law operates, okay? Based on the criminal conduct of the demon possessed, using the very law to prosecute what's entirely demonic. That's prosecuting Satan in court. License 8UBB613. I believe. I can't really see it. They're covering up their license plate. 8URB or 8UBB. I can't really see it. But anyway, I'm at 6:47 p.m. and that train activity is served to monitor me, follow me. 6YDE003, 6Y82011, 043260L3, 7WBN049, 8WSJ134, 8DJT037, 26658B2, NFS R81, Florida, 8TSZ198, 6PNH370, 26594W2, 6JGN, I can't really see the rest of them, 8FGF298, I believe, or 8EGF298, 8PIC438, 6ELY199, CURI95, 8UME443, 7LOE901, 8JPS873, 7EUG654, 6:49 p.m. Eight XNM 343, 7 TAP 833, 4 XFF 881, 6FZN 623, 8NZM 008, 8ROL 101, 7ADP 759, BU94Z02 paper, 7KDL 152, 3TVC 257, 7CLA 683, 8PQW 705, 8LMB 887, 8EPB 627, I believe, 7KTK 120, 7NUC 994, 25617D2, 8DIM 857, I believe, yeah, 8UIM. That's the beginning of the line. 21919X1. 7FNA 398. Engaging in surveillance inside of the B&G Plaza. It's 6:52 p.m. (8NXA 337). 7JQR 356. 69B994, 5YXX710, 6HCW259, 905 6. All right, 905 64B1. It's 6:53 p.m. 5RTE 514, 8GNY 414. 7RDP 879, 7JHC 175, AC 48N68 paper, 79206F1, 7RIV 127, CBG CBG 3020, Arizona, I believe. 8XSF 972. 7WLV 221. GRV 859. 6E. I can't really see that one. It's 6:56 p.m. 9A26003. That's D. It's telling. 7VHR754. 6SAJ975. 4SBY754. 5REU2. I can't see the rest of them. Let me put the rest on. 8MOD577. 8TOH942. 9AHY366. 806. I can't really see that one. I can't see the fourth to last character. 6:57 p.m. LABAEO8. 8YGT292. Group stalking with the entity that's acting as though it's taking off over the B&G Plaza with a commercial airline plate. 8DST457, the same. Group stalking with the entity. There are no planes taking off over the B&G Plaza. That's amplified audible activity. Like I said, you're witnessing the demonic. License. 6CUB 841. 8DUU452. 6XAM 883. 8AID 708. 5XKV 86977 is on the back of their license plate. Excuse me, on the back of their vehicle. 8RCU 000. 6SGA625, I believe. 7JHS006. PYD205. 4PGW893. Excuse me, 4PGW983.
4HQS 971. Excuse me, that's 4HQS 971. JVE 452. KOA 856, 6KDF 622, 8, I can't really see that one. Seven YOT 740, 88497U2. Eight RBH 014. 49198G2. Eight ZXU019. That's lift. 7Y HR114. 8RZN513, 6EVJ096, 8ZQJ070, 8EYF687. It's currently 7:02 p.m. Eight GYH151, 67875S1. CAY 8346, Arizona. Eight MCA 759, 7MLM 740, excuse me. 8YAE423. It is 7:03 p.m. 8YBU168. 5BPA317. 8KRL708. 7JCG878. 8UKA701. 6NDL508. 7V52149. ROBIVAN. 6AGR084, 4APD346, 8UKC334, 5DCG691, I can't really see that one, 21886L2, 6KAU139, 7FSX118, 8EVK549, 8CMZ401, 9AFJ106, 8VCL768, 8VVY 945. S1 53803Z2 7KFZ757 5RLT040 7ZUC 814 6JQJ107 8XEP 176 7VXK003 6YRP369 16466T1, I believe. 16466T1 8NFT120 8YFD071. Monitoring with the state that's sounding plane activity 8MYM921. She's studying her communication device while she's crossing path there. This is group stalking. 8MVD950. This ongoing obsession with their communication devices while they're group stalking together. What is maintenance of presence group stalking at the bus stop? License 4ZPG896. License 78WF672. And this Caucasian female in the green jacket. Alrighty, capturing video. And what you'll observe in this video that I captured is the benches are the benches that I'm standing by, where this demon with this green, this is the female with light blue jeans on, dark shoes, and the green hoodie. And this is a demon that's bashful. She's stalking, but doesn't want her face to be documented. But that's fine, because what I'm capturing is the environment that she's stalking. This is group stalking 101, okay? Demonic activity underway. And this is the identification of that group stalker and monitoring as an entity. You have the crackhead that's engaging in surveillance sitting in the black SUV. He gets out of the SUV, and as I begin capturing video, and let me be clear, these demons know exactly what I'm doing on my phone while they were outwardly conducting themselves as though they're conversing, that they're oblivious to my presence. Even if they were to divert their attention to me, which is a show, it's an act, because they're stalking me. So they're group stalking, and those that engage in what is acting as though they're ignorant of your presence, what you're doing, and those that direct their attention to you by, for example, what are you doing? What are you? They're stalking you, all the same. So I just want to be clear: different methods of the same exact terrorism, and harassment. They're monitoring together. But like I said, as I begin capturing video, what you're looking at is these benches that are sitting underneath underneath the bus stop hoods. First of all, it is. Occurring where the people of the state, the very license plates that I'm continuously documenting, the same exact entity, this is one entity that's engaging in the criminal act together. While they are driving on Hope Boulevard, they are driving in the direction east and west. You are looking at the benches that are at the bus stop where I'm standing on the sidewalk, and you can see the movement of the appearance of the vehicles moving across the seats of the benches. Absolutely impossible, entirely creepy conduct. That is the conduct that is analogous to the same exact directed light conduct. I want to be clear, this is the same exact demonic activity. The entity engaging in what is stalking with light, stalking with the dynamic light, the appearance of actually the vehicles that is appearing. I don't even want to say the appearance of the vehicles, but it is. It appears as though like the literal visible appearance of the vehicles are moving along the benches while they are driving on the street. That's not ever happening naturally, not under these circumstances. It is another iteration of crossing paths with directed light. I want to point that out. What you're also going to pay attention to, while so the vehicles are driving east and west on Hope Boulevard, past the sidewalk at a distance, you have what is the appearance of those vehicles moving in real time in the same direction across the benches. So the movement, the appearance of this light that's moving appears to be the vehicles.
are moving across the bench, the top of the bench, in the direction east, in the same direction that the vehicles are driving by on the sidewalk, in the direction east at the same time. So this is supposed to be, which is an impossible occurrence, but it is directly linked to what are demons that are crossing path. And they're doing so with what is the appearance of what is directed light across the bench. Now they are driving while they are facing what is the front of the benches while they're, well, actually they're not facing. The passenger side of their vehicles are facing the benches as they are driving east past the benches as I'm on the sidewalk. The minion that is the crackhead that gets out of the black SUV, he is behind the benches. And he begins going back and forth toward the trash can. He's pacing. I point that out in the video. What you'll pay attention to is while he is behind the benches, you are looking at what is the focus of the activity creation, which is impossible activity. It is impossible that that activity creation ever occurs, ever. And not only that, he's on the opposite side of the benches of the people of the state that are driving on the street. He's behind the bench, and you will see his movement of his light that is moving on the front of the bench, on the seat of the bench, and the vehicles are appearing on what is the upper portion of the bench. He is behind the bench, and light activity is created while he is moving back and forth behind the bench. Absolutely impossible, creepy activity creation by a demon whose conduct, whose movement is serving to monitor me. It's demonic activity. It is also facilitating monitoring. They're patrolling all around. They're demons that are engaging in Tasmanian devil type conduct, as the Tasmanian devil engages in what is conduct of spinning, spinning around everywhere. All they're doing is circulating around me on an ongoing basis, engaging in what is demonic iterations of the pattern of conduct, stalking with light, stalking in the path as a group, and stalking with audible activity. The entity is sounding train activity. That's amplified audible activity where such creepy activity creation is underway. This is a video that I captured, and then I resume my seat. And what you're paying attention to is a minion who is present in that environment. That's a minion. That's a demon. That is objective evidence of your condition. You don't need any concession. It's a concession as you're capturing that activity. The entity is engaged in an inherent concession because the obsessive stalking conduct is inevitably revealing what is your condition. You're a demon. This is demonic conduct. You're a demon in a demonic environment. You're a demon who is stalking in this environment that is following everywhere that I go, okay? You're a part of what is the group stalking system. So I want to speak to what I captured on video, and you were going to pay attention to that black bench, which I'm not pointing out directly because I want the entity to continue engaging in it. As I point out conduct, the entity will, it's demonic, so it's not naturally occurring. So with that, you have the ability to engage in it and refrain from engaging in it, okay? So I don't point it out because I want the entity to continue engaging in it. You will see it as I'm capturing video. This demon that's trying to cover up their face, but you're looking at the environment that they're in. You don't need to, I'm going to prosecute the entirety of an entity with that evidence. This is the third party that's acting on behalf of the state, all right? And also their identity is not going to remain any mystery whatsoever. But like I said, you are looking at what is the light activity that's occurring on a black bench at the bus stop, while the front of the top of the seat of the bench is occurring. The vehicles, as they are crossing path, as they are moving past, these are demons that are moving past, and the evidence of their demon possession is the impossible placement of what is like supposed to be the car that's moving across the bench, the upper part of the bench, and then while the demon that gets out of the black SUV, this is the little skinny little crackhead, he gets out, he's behind the bench, and on the seat of that bench, light activity is moving as he goes back and forth at the same time. All right, absolutely impossible while he is on the opposite side of the bench, okay? You're talking about at the least it would be on the back side of the bench, but let me be clear, that's not going to occur while you're walking by or driving by the bench. But not even that, it's not even in line with what would be even a reasonable basis. Well, it's a reflection of light, not while he's behind the bench, not while he's behind it. And not only that, you're talking about what is the light that's appearing while these demons are driving in their vehicles at a distance away from the bus benches. You're understanding what's another iteration of the same exact stalking with light conduct while these demons touch and molest and surround with directed light while they're driving in their cars during the day. 6TRR690, that's a video that I captured. This is the environment where this entity is stalking by helicopters, stalking by commercial airline planes. This is exactly what Southwest Airlines and Delta Airlines are engaged in. As I documented them today, but the entirety of the Ontario airport is nothing other than a venue where criminal and demonic activity, state surveillance is underway at the Ontario airport. The entity, demons are flying commercial airline planes, stalking me from that venue and returning, engaging in what is doing donuts over me, flying over where I am. That's why they're also not flying anywhere near the Ontario Museum. They're flying right over where I'm located, where I'm also capturing this demonic activity creation. Absolutely impossible to ever occur under any circumstances. But in addition to that, you're seeing what is the entire focus of where I am. That's where that activity is occurring. All right. So anyway, it's currently 7:29 p.m. This is the B&G Plaza. And capturing, which you'll pay attention, the fake sun is more... I'm sorry, the fake sun is actually over the Metro 102 apartments, as I captured at 6:13 p.m. Remember, when I'm coming from Upland, for it to be over the Metro 2, and that's exactly where it is. It's over the Metro 102 apartments. It is not behind or above the venues along Euclid Avenue. It is advancing east beyond Euclid Avenue, because I am at the B&G Plaza. When I am on Euclid Avenue, for example, coming from Upland, getting on Route 83, the fake sun remains in alignment with that street. It's not beyond Euclid Avenue. It's remaining to what is, again, my, with regard to my person, the right side of my person, the right side of my person when I'm facing a particular venue. So let me be more specific. The entity's fake sun is advanced over Euclid Avenue, whereas when I am on Route 83 and I'm arriving in Ontario at Euclid and Hope Boulevard, the fake sun is over Rich's second loan and jewelry. It's not advanced beyond to be next to or anywhere near the Metro 102. The entity is acting like the sun is setting in alignment with that intersection. So you're going to pay attention to that detail as well. In the same way you're paying attention to what is the impossible activity creation. This is how you're witnessing Satan. 8RMD403, group stalking at S.I.I.S Liquor, 8ZRE378, and BN22H21, that's a paper plate. And running into the venue of the S.I.I.S Liquor, minions on surveillance cameras tracking my steps. This is what they're doing inside of any venue, so I'm outside documenting that. And they're monitoring with the employee that works here, 7JBH182, running in on surveillance cameras. They're doing so as I'm walking across the parking lot. All right, these are group stalkers. It's entirely pathetic as an entity, literally group stalking puppets of Satan, and they're stalking one to whom they're inferior. That's why a whole pack of them are stalking me together. It's currently 7:31 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, and 8RMD403 has been engaged in surveillance at the S.I.I.S Liquor. So I just want to document that. By surveillance, this is the entity, the people of the state that engage in what are loitering in relevant positions, sitting around me in the parking lot like the crackhead is doing as I capture this video with the directed light moving across the bench. He's engaging in surveillance. And that's what they're doing while you're sitting in any parking lot in relevant position. That's what the entity is doing while you're working in relevant position as well. You're on the clock at the job, you're group stalking on the job, and you're doing so in a malicious matter on behalf of the state, but where you are identifying a state system of surveillance, no legal argument exists whatsoever, or any excuse where you're threatening the life of an American citizen and conveniently group stalking while you're at work in relevant position. You will be prosecuted the same. License BADGR4. And let me be clear, that is an intentional posing of a threat. The people of the state, under the false assumption that they would get away with this criminal system of terrorizing an American citizen, and that it would never be found out while you're at work group stalking, okay? While you're in a public establishment shopping or whatever it is you're doing, group stalking. All right, so I want to be clear, it is a matter of justice with regard to understanding every level of malice that the entity is engaging in and revealing the criminal system as it operates. And then what's that criminal motive? What's the criminal purpose behind such a malicious form of the P.O.C? Absolutely, you'll be prosecuted and you'll be subject to federal prison as you report to work in the entity's group stalking through your presence. All right, stalking with helicopter with a fake sun directed light, the same. You will be subject to federal prison. 8WY8065. 6PRN 504. And let me be clear, the employer, the employee, all of them are monitoring together. Okay, so you don't have a legal argument. There is no form. This is what is state surveillance and how it operates, and this is giving the government the ability to do so. Minions that are fully engaged in it, 8ZKN345, and they're fully engaged in it because they're a bunch of demons. All right, and that's why I'm revealing as I'm capturing, and I'm capturing video and I'm showing you, pay attention to this, look at that. That's absolutely abnormal. That's impossible. Okay, this is an absolutely demonic environment. In other words, it's a scientific impossibility that is light, or a reflection, or for that even reflection to appear at that location based on what that third party is doing. Just pay attention to it. It's absolutely impossible. You're witnessing Satan. All right, and Satan is pathetic, engaging in walking back and forth to a trash can because you're stalking somebody. because you're engaging in this ritualistic conduct of creating light activity all around. All right. And it's so weird and peculiar. One would ordinarily struggle to even be able to articulate what the entity is doing and why it's doing it. All right. And that's what I have documented and created an entire, not only a nomenclature, but a way in which you're able to prosecute it. It's the very pattern of conduct itself is absolutely sick. So anyway, it's currently 7:35 p.m. And that's just documenting the P.O.C. at the B&G Plaza, where the entity engaged in setting a fake sun next to the Metro 102. Again, Metro 102 Apartments is advanced beyond the Euclid Avenue. Remember, when I'm coming from Upland, California, and I'm getting on Route 83 after coming from the Upland Public Library and the 7-Eleven, and I'm at the bus stop documenting third parties, the entity is keeping the fake sun. It's not advanced beyond Euclid Avenue. It's right there behind me in alignment with the passenger side of the bus. All right. And it's nowhere near Metro 102 Apartments. The entity is keeping that fake sun on that specific side based on where I'm at. Now, if I were at a street again, where was I at the B&G Plaza, I am at a location as opposed to being on Euclid Avenue. I'm a little east of Euclid Avenue. All right. As I'm at Plum. And that's why the fake sun is advanced east beyond Euclid Avenue. All right, which you can see through that video. And that's why there is no sunset that's in perfect alignment over Rich's second jewelry and loan. Pay attention to the movement of that light source as it's essentially next to Metro 102. It's advanced beyond that. And there is no migration of any sun that's going to be present, first of all, on that street as I documented. I'm at the same location I'm at 7:50 in the morning. But even beyond that, you're looking at what the entity's doing on an ordinary, based on where I'm coming from. That's what it's based on. It's based on where I'm coming from and where I'm going. The entity is following. It's not the leader. It's a follower. And that's how you see what are the inconsistencies, what are the conflicts, what's abnormal and unnatural, impossible to be the case. And so you have the entity's light source that is advanced beyond Euclid Avenue, eastward over the street of Euclid Avenue. It's not in the position that it is ordinarily based on where I'm coming from. All right, and that's the case. Also, it's not going to somehow be present and remain visible through the windows of the 7-Eleven. By the way, at 204 North Euclid Avenue, which is the case at 6:36 p.m. at 6:13 p.m. and all I'm doing is remaining at Hope Boulevard and showing you that's not the sun. That wasn't the sun when I was there, and this is not the sun that's here now directly over me. No mistake about it, because it's not over that venue at the same time. It's also not anywhere in Fontana over me at the same time while I'm at the Fontana Police Department, and so on and so on. So that's just that analysis. And so this is the environment, and also showing you what is that the video that I'm capturing, this demonic movement of light across the bench. Everything that the entity is doing is about me. It is both pathetic, but that's also terrorism. While you have such a pathetic level of stalking conduct, I mean, that's pathetic, because what are you doing with your life? Who does that? All right. So, but I'm gonna tell you who does that. The demon possessed does that. There's a real answer. The demon possessed are very real, very real people. The demon possessed. It's not some scary movie. All right. Unfortunately, it's not. And you have the demon possessed that are seeking to blend in with everyday life. They seek to absorb themselves into society amongst normal people. Normal as in, you are not a puppet of Satan. And being of that condition, demon possession, you're talking about manifesting light. Directed light conduct is abnormal. All right. Engaging in what is stalking people with noise. You sit around or stand around or whatever, or fly around, whatever it is you do. You're a demon's engaging what is a simultaneous creation of noise while that directed light is all around. That's not normal. Okay. And that's terrorism while a whole people surround you doing that all day, all night. Okay, that's terrorism. That's entirely sick and demented. Who does that? I'm gonna tell you who does that. The demon possessed do that, and they are doing it not only because they're sick. You're talking about what are closeted psychopaths, all right, and engage in the very pattern of conduct and do so in ways in which you get distracted by the very methods. Okay, you have demons that engage in what is stalking with activity by using their cell phone. Okay, using their voice. They'll start a conversation. All right, you'll get distracted by the methods in which, but don't be distracted by that. Satan is not slick. Satan is not Satan is not sophisticated in his methods. It's very, very plain. And so perhaps it takes someone like myself in order to break that down for you. It's not just the conduct itself, which is demented. They're doing it in a specific environment. And so it's unmistakable with regard to the identification of that. And you have what is a very, very sick people, and the government going out of its way to secure the prosecution of the people, which again, I don't need Satan's help. When I said what I was going to do, that's what I'm doing. That's what is already done. And I don't need Satan's help, but nonetheless, you're providing what is ongoing documentation. I have it for a reason. That's fine. I'll take it. The entity flying over by helicopter, where the entity is keeping a fake sun advanced over Euclid Avenue. And again, I'm just talking about Upland Public Library, where I'm coming from as of late. This is no way the entity keeps the fake sun over me while I remain in Fontana, while I remain in Chino, where I remain in the Ontario Over Family Community Library. That's not the sun where I'm present at that venue in the morning. This is documentation that doesn't change because it's daylight savings time. This is documentation that is years old as well. All right, documenting an ongoing pattern of stalking with a fake sun. Under no circumstances is that the sun whatsoever at that location at that time. It's impossible. All right, so like I said, and by impossible, that's not a matter of opinion. That's a matter of what are scientific facts. If that was the sun, you're talking about what's going to be nowhere near the same exact street or next to the building where it's over, the Over Family Community Library. I'm there in the morning. I've been there 7:35 in the morning, okay? And where is it? Directly over me at that parking lot? That's what I've documented. All right, so you are literally to the left of that building. That is south of that same building, in alignment with me well into the afternoon, 5:56 p.m. What sort of migration of the sun is that? It's not. And you're on the same street. You didn't move east or west at all. Okay, not the sun. There's so, like I said, I'm only giving examples as to what I'm currently documenting. But like I said, I understand that those that are perhaps genuinely ignorant, and even those that are witnessing as I'm prosecuting you, have a very short memory, okay? But that's fine. That's why you keep a record. License ATSY 466 have a very short memory, but you're not going to have a short memory, and it is necessary as a matter of justice. There are a lot of layers to what is group stalking, but understanding, actually, there's not. There's a lot of layers with regard to getting to the point to where you can clearly just describe, this is what they're doing, this is what they're doing, this is what they're doing, because there's so much that you have to understand as a matter of a foundation. All right, so when you're understanding what's the environment that they're in, now I can tell you about what these psychopaths are doing. What's the purpose of what they're doing? Everything that you're hearing. Remember the environment. I've established that foundation. Now you know what they're doing, why they're doing it, the fact that they're here doing it. They're demons. Okay, so there are just a lot of foundational facts that you have to establish before you can even get to what is the conduct of the demon possessed. And it is necessary to understand both demon possession and the system of federal group stalking and monitoring, because that is the prosecution for what is terrorism and revealing what is demonic activity. It is a dual purpose to make very clear the demon possessed and their existence, because it's not just for the benefit of those who are subject to federal group stalking and monitoring in the U.S. This is revealing wherever it is that you're at, wherever it is that you live, because demonic activity, Satan is not present within the jurisdiction of the U.S. alone. I just happen to be prosecuting it in California, in the U.S., under what are constitutional laws that exist, and the ability to create additional laws in order to bind what is Satan that is acting through a people and a government. You are learning, capable of knowing, you are fully in possession of the knowledge of what is the ability. Satan is no concealed actor whatsoever. Satan is not in any way capable of maintaining some mysterious or covert presence around you. You're witnessing what is the presence through the environment at the level of detail that I'm pointing out to you. And it's not going around with a microscope looking for something to be wrong. That's not what you're doing. Let me be clear. It stands out like a sore thumb. It's entirely abnormal. Okay. The light activity that I'm showing you on a bench, that's light activity that you're talking about what is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even during the break of day when the fake sun is squarely above my head. That is never light activity that's ever going to occur. The reflection of a vehicle is not appearing on moving across those rusty bus benches, and nor is the reflection of that crackhead while he is standing behind the bench at a distance appearing again toward me on the front of that bus bench. You're talking about what are demons that are focused on me, and their light activity creation is based on where I'm at. That's how you know the stalker. All right, this is the same thing through the environment. The entity stalking with a fake sun, that's how you know the stalker. Every single last one of them. It's not the sun. It's an impossibility, and science supports that. All right, so you have what is the entity engaging in the conduct with directed light. Light that does not disappear. It creates multiple shadows, and it does not disappear, meaning there's no shadow created when you step into that light. To the contrary, that light sits on you. It gets brighter, more concentrated when you step into it. That's not normal light. That's the presence of Satan, okay? This is the light that literally has a life of its own, all right? It's not a good type of life. This is darkness, okay, that is personified through light. That's how you know the stalker, okay? You can do whatever you want. You want to deliver a baby in directed light. You want to deliver a package in directed light, all right? You want to run a bus line in directed light, a public transportation in directed light. All right, you're talking about operating and flying planes in directed light, flying helicopters in the identification of every single last one of them. All right, and that does not, and I'm just speaking to what are methods of keeping noise and maintaining physical presence. That's what demons do in the engineered light. So the entity is engaging in this conduct and doing so, and all you are doing is paying attention to your environment. Because like I said, the bottom line is, actually, there is no possibility that you have the sun, and I mean this is a blanket statement because it's the truth, as a matter of documentation, which again, science supports. When just one person, am documenting what is the maintenance of a light source over me from the beginning of the day to the end of the day, it's very exclusive. And why? Because there's supposedly, allegedly, purportedly, only one sun. And so since that's the case, let me be clear. When you're witnessing what is a light source over you, you are witnessing what is an impossibility. Where do you live? What state are you in? That's not possibly the sun. Okay? There's only one sun, and it is not in the same way that it's not aiming precisely into the Chino Branch Library and aiming light, touching through the depths of that library all across the floor at 6:36 in the evening, and also at the same time doing that while I am inside of 7-Eleven in Upland, California, aiming light in contradictory directions. My shadow is going and is perpendicular to each other, and the light source itself is in both cities in that central position over my head. That's not occurring in two different cities. It's also not occurring in two different states at the same time. That's impossible. The light source, the object itself, is right there over me. That's exclusive to wherever else you are. We are two different people in two different places. And the sun, that object itself, is centered above me, concentrating light activity all around me, which is capturing what is the demonic. And you're understanding what is actually has nothing to do with the natural environment. Satan itself is present through the environment, and you are witnessing the supernatural as you indeed, there is a light source over you, I'm sure. I see it all the time. And I've lived in other states. There was sun right over my head. Okay. Not ignorant to what is going on. What I'm speaking to is you are witnessing the supernatural, and the supernatural in that the actual sun is not remaining over any location for the duration of the day. And while the entity is doing that, as I documented, it is speaking to the exclusion of it being anywhere else. It's over the roof of the Upland Public Library. It's not going anywhere else. It's not over some street in LA. It's over the roof of the Upland Public Library. It's not over some street in LA while the entity is aiming light through the roof of the Upland Public Library. It is over the roof, and that's why light is appearing on the floor, right? What else is it? What else? Do we have gigantic flashlights that are creating light through the roof? No. It's supposed to be the sun. I'm breaking the system down. That's supposed to be the sun, and that's supposed to be sunlight. Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then that's where I'm speaking to what is documented. And that's what, again, you're getting into the implications of what else is going on in the rest of the world. All right, so anyway, it's currently 7:48 p.m. and I have returned to the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. The entity is engaged in ongoing ceaseless, obsessive group stalking as a government, acting directly and vicariously. In doing so, as the puppets of Satan that they are, and monitoring the documentation that is continuously published about it, which is relevant to the prosecution of that entire entity. Every single third party, as I'm identifying the demon-possessed entity, is engaging in what is the criminal conduct. Like I said, the pattern of conduct, those qualifying themselves for federal prison, long ago, we surpassed that. All right, so the entity that is monitoring an American citizen is monitoring documentation at the point that an American citizen begins documenting in order to establish the prima facie case, a federal group stalking and monitoring in order to initiate a prosecution against any state that is placing you under surveillance. And so at the point where the entity is then monitoring documentation, you're talking about what is the entity immediately knows that. First of all, you're dealing with Satan. Second of all, you're dealing with the state, whatever state that you're in. The state is placing you under heavy duty surveillance, and they are aware of the fact that you're documenting it, and intends to, as I've demonstrated, threaten the entire time, continue engaging in that criminal activity, all of which is the grounds of federal prison. In every act, every single last person, you're talking about what is breaking down that system, the ways in which the entity wants to continuously wants to threaten your life, wants to, in order to obstruct justice, including steal your property, steal your reputation, engaging in what is any method of infliction of harm. And so, or steal take your liberty, kidnap you while they're placing you under surveillance. So the entity is engaging in this conduct, and these are all the multiple grounds of federal prison. The impermissible threat in and of itself is grounds of federal prison. The entity is already, you're talking about what is already the threshold for federal prison, while the entity is acting through police departments who have no business engaging in interstate stalking, but let alone you're a demon engaging in interstate stalking in that position. You're talking about multiple grounds. So like I said, every single last third party that I'm documenting, this is an entity that's monitoring and threatening the life together. Okay. And doing so while monitoring documentation, doing so in specific methods that I have, that I'm speaking of while I'm, again, pointing to the wealth of documentation. Oh yeah, there's no question about the fact that you're a stalker with the government and its group stalking. The entity stalking by helicopter, XYZ already published. And what is the entity is stalking in concert with these third-party minions in this specific environment that I've captured with helicopter and by police. And I want to be clear, the people of the state, not even addressing, have already dealt, the police will be dealt with. Okay, the entity, the government itself shall be dealt with. The entity that is vicariously stalking, that are the people of the state. Right? You're talking about what, let me be clear, every single last one is speaking to what is the creation of a criminal record that is to have reverberating consequences with regard to every reasonable aspect of their life when you are prosecuted as a group stalker, and the bearings that it has, the direct relevance to your stability and your ability to even engage in and be present and participate in the work field in certain in particular areas, to the prosecution as a sex offender and as a terrorist. And you're talking about what is also the grounds of federal prison and up to and including also even deportation. I just want to be clear, no third party, every single last one that I named for the past few hours engaged in that criminal conduct together. It didn't start once the entity started sounding sirens. It didn't start while the entity then flew over by helicopter. Then, let me be clear, this is an entity that's acting together on an ongoing basis. It's the same exact actor. So wrap your mind around this. It's the same exact actor. It's the state of California. The state of California is acting through Billy, Joe, Bob, Sandy, Susie, Mary, John, and Lou. Okay? And I'm just giving an example. All of them, they're the same exact entity. All of them subject to that prosecution, engaging in threatening the life of an American citizen that they're monitoring, and will be prosecuted for that. Federal prison is very, very relevant with regard to the ways in which you're prosecuting the entity that acts directly and vicariously. It is necessary as a matter of justice. And I just want to point that out with regard to the ways in which you're prosecuting that entity. So it is currently 7:53 p.m. and this is P.O.C.